Chapter 113. You don't have to worry about that. There's a lot of talent silver left by Menon in the supply camp. On the way back to Greece, we obtained a lot of supplies through battles and robberies. After distributing to the soldiers and others, there's still nearly a talent silver left. In addition, Marigi and Merzes made a lot of money in the market they built before. Logically speaking, all of this should belong to the mercenary leader. I'll talk to Merzes and ask him to give you all the money. The Devers told her about his savings for the past 6 months. Banks are hated for lending money. Very few bankers can do what Lucian did. As the consul of Amandalera, I'm afraid that it will cause criticism and even opposition. Christoia was not surprised by the Devers' wealth. Instead, she reminded him with concern. The Devers smiled in relief. If you can think that way, it seems that I made the right decision in letting you open a bank. He hugged Christoia's delicate body and said softly, "Why would lending money be hated? That's because the interest rate demanded by the Greek city-states is generally too high. I heard that 20% interest is considered low. Once the borrower can't pay back the money, the land will be taken away to pay the debt, and the family will be ruined. Of course, that's not what I want. As the lifelong consul of Amandalera, I hope that every citizen of Amandalera can live a good life, so that our city-state can become rich and powerful. The bank itself can promote the development of the city-state's trade, but the greedy practices of the bankers have tarnished its reputation. The bank I want you to open," the Devers said in a deep voice, "the interest rate cannot exceed 5%. Only 5%. Christoia exclaimed in shock. Only with such a low interest rate can the citizens who have the ability to do business feel at ease with loans and realize their dreams. Only then can the citizens who are in urgent need of money be saved from the terrible usury and restore hope in life. I believe that the bank you're going to build will accelerate the recovery of Amandalera's economy after the war and promote the development of Amandalera's trade," the Devers said confidently. The next day, these new citizens who were usually busy with the war and did not pay much attention to their appearance, with messy hair, dirty beards, and shabby clothes, had already cleaned up the tents on the square and tried to make themselves as clean as possible. They changed into Doria-style chitons made of light linen, so that they all looked tall and straight. They waited in the square expectantly. When the entire square was bathed in sunlight, the women of Amandalera appeared. Led by the old woman, they came to the square in 2s and 3s. Their shy faces were filled with curiosity. In spite of the extreme simplicity of the Greek women's dress, they took great pains to adorn themselves, adjusting the draping folds of the chiton to make their gowns flowing and graceful, and adding to their attractiveness with fine metal ornaments and clasps where the cloth met at the shoulders and cuffs. They also combed their hair according to their own conditions and applied light or dark makeup on their faces to make themselves look younger and more attractive. When the new citizens saw them, they were like bees seeing flowers. They no longer cared about maintaining their poise and rushed forward, using all their skills to strike up a conversation with the woman they fancied in order to attract her attention. The Devers at the side asked a few old citizens who were proficient in music to play the harp and the piccolo, adding to the romantic atmosphere of Amandalera's large-scale matchmaking event. In fact, the situation in the square soon became less romantic and more fiery. After all, beautiful women would always attract many suitors and even conflict. At this time, the Devers would appear with the patrol team in time to warn the two parties of the conflict with his prestige, and then ask the female protagonist of the conflict for her opinion. When the groups of men and women fancied each other, some would leave the venue and walk along the mountain path to continue their conversation to improve their understanding. Some would go directly to the registrar, Raphaeles, who was waiting at the side of the square, and both parties had to show their willingness to marry. Raphaeles would then register both parties' names and allow the woman to bring the man home. In fact, according to Greek tradition, the couple could only consummate their marriage after the ceremony. However, the Devers convinced Cornelis and the others, and they received official confirmation and registration from Amandalra. The man and woman were now husband and wife, and only owed a wedding, which would be made up for later. Men were not the only ones who took the initiative to pursue women. Some women who were slightly older or less good-looking would also take the initiative to talk to men they fancied when few people were interested in them. They would show off their advantages, such as being good at weaving, brewing, producing olive oil, or showing off that they came from a noble family with a lot of wealth and land. In the afternoon, there were only a few women left in the square, but there were still a lot of men. At this time, the Devers found that many new citizens had formed a large circle in a corner of the square. He quickly asked someone about the situation. It turned out that there was a young, noble woman in the circle who ignored all the men who came up to talk to her. She was beautiful, so the men were still very persistent in trying to win her heart. So far, no one had succeeded. The Devers was curious, but because it was not a good idea to drag on like this, it could easily lead to conflict. So he called Raphaelas, and they squeezed into the crowd. "Hey, girl, our leader of the Devers is here. If you still don't like him, I'm afraid you can only find a god to be your husband." Someone in the crowd joked. When the woman heard this, she raised her head and opened her eyes. The Devers saw that the woman had snow-white skin, a beautiful face, and a pair of big and bright eyes. Raphaelas recognized her immediately and whispered to the Devers, "Her name is Andrea. Her husband followed the tourist army to attack Lucania last year and died in battle in Laos, leaving her alone with a 3-year-old son. She seems to be only 20 years old." As the Devers listened, Andrea stepped forward and said, "Are you the Consul Devers?" "That's me. I have something to tell you," Andrea said straightforwardly. The Devers was stunned. "Go ahead." Andrea looked around and asked, "I want to talk to you alone, can I?" The Devers immediately felt that things were not simple. He hesitated for a moment, but when he saw the urgency in Andrea's eyes, he nodded and said, "Come with me." Seeing that the Devers were going to take Andrea away, some of the new citizens said unwillingly, "Leader of the Devers, you already have the beautiful Christoia. Don't fight with us anymore." The Devers smiled and said, "Don't worry, brothers. She just wants to talk to me alone. You all know that I already have Christoia. If I mess around, Christoia won't let me sleep with her tonight." The Devers' dirty words caused the crowd to laugh, so everyone made way for them. The Devers took Andrea to a secluded part of the square, guarded by patrols. "Tell me, what's the matter?" the Devers asked softly. Andrea bit her lip and hesitated several times. Finally, she gathered her courage and asked in a low voice, "I want to know. Bagul. How is he now?" "Who's Bagul?" the Devers asked, puzzled. He's a Lucanian." Andrea's voice suddenly became as soft as a mosquito. "I saw you beat him down in the temple and then arrested him. How is he now?" Seeing Andrea's flushed cheeks and still not understand what was going on, he would have wasted more than 30 years in his previous life. "You fell in love with a Lucanian. Why?" The Devers' calm tone made Andrea panic. I just... Don't be nervous. I'm not blaming you. Tell me the truth, and maybe I can help you." The Devers' heart stirred, and he immediately comforted her softly. "Really? You can really help me?" Andrea shouted excitedly as if she had found a life-saving straw. The Devers made a shushing gesture and said, "Tell me why you like him first." Finally, Andrea shyly told her story. It turned out that because of her beauty, Andrea was once called the Rose of Amandara by busybodies, and she had many suitors. Later, her father arranged for her to marry a rich and handsome young Amandran nobleman 4 years ago. Although they did not have any contact before the marriage, Andrea was still satisfied with the marriage. Who would have thought that after she married him, the two of them would spend a long time together? She found out that her husband was a jealous person and did not allow her to have any contact with any men. Because 2 male slaves had died here, Andrea, who was only 16 years old and full of youthful vigor, could only be confined at home. Her husband had an even worse bad habit, which was alcohol. He often hosted banquets at home or attended other people's banquets, and usually got drunk. Then he would come home and abuse her. Andrea, who had just become a young married woman, could not bear it and ran back to her parents' house. However, her father forced her back and warned her, "As a woman, you must treat your husband like a slave serving his master. I hope she will not come back, lest the family becomes a laughing stock." Andrea returned to her new home in fear and endured everything her husband did to her. Chapter 114. Last year, when the Tursai army was defeated in Lucania, while other women were mourning for their husbands who had died in the battle, Andrea closed her door and shed tears at home. She had finally escaped from the abyss of misery. Who knew that a few days later, the Lucanians would invade Amyndolara, and all the people would become captives, including her. The Lucanian warriors took a fancy to her beauty and escorted her to Bagul to please the successor of the tribe's chief. Andrea trembled in fear when she saw this tall and burly man with messy long hair who looked very different from the Greeks. She began to lament her unfortunate fate in her heart. However, the burly man in front of her did not violate her. Instead, he comforted her in Greek and told her not to be afraid. While most of the people of Amyndolara were imprisoned in the temple, Andrea and her son lived in their own courtyard. Every day, Bagul would personally bring them a sumptuous meal. He was very concerned about her, but he never touched her. Andrea gradually let down her guard and finally fell in love with this Lucanian man. Compared to her original husband, she felt that although Bagul looked fierce, he was steady, loving, and good at taking care of people. He was 100 times better than her ex-husband. The young woman experienced love for the first time. Finally, one day, she took the initiative to invite Bagul into her room. From then on, whenever Bagul returned home, she would be inseparable from him. She was happy to think that if her previous marriage was hell, now it was the Elysium of hell. Therefore, when Bagul told her worriedly that the Lucanians had been defeated and their tribe was preparing to retreat to the mountains, Andrea hesitated for a moment before agreeing. When he asked her if she was willing to go with him, she only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The night before yesterday, the mercenaries invaded the city of Amyndolara. Andrea and her children retreated to the temple at the top of the mountain with Bagul and his people. When she saw the fierce battle between the Lucanians and the people of Amyndolara in front of the temple, for some reason, she did not worry too much for her people. Instead, she focused her attention on Bagul and finally saw him being knocked down by the mercenaries. Devers did not expect to encounter such a melodramatic plot in this world. As a political figure, of course, he would not be moved by Andrea's story and infatuation. Instead, he thought about the problem of how to deal with the Lucanian captives. At the meeting yesterday, he did not mention the Lucanian captives because he was afraid that the grieving elderly citizens and their families would burn the captives to ashes with their anger. Therefore, he was waiting for the hatred of the elderly citizens to fade with time, waiting for the families to build a new family and forget the old grudges. If you don't choose a new citizen to marry, then according to the law now enacted, your land and property will be under the supervision of the city government until you marry again, or until your son grows up, and then it will be returned to him. Do you understand? Devers reminded. I understand. I'm willing to donate my husband's property to the city as long as you can guarantee that Bagul is alive and treat him well. Andrea pleaded in a sad tone. After the Lucanians were captured, they were only locked up. They were not killed or tortured. Of course, the person you mentioned was not seriously injured, Devers explained seriously. He wasn't. I saw him. He was only knocked unconscious. When you captured him, he was already awake. Andrea said excitedly, All right, I'll go back and check if there's a captive named Bagul. If there is, I'll arrange for you to meet him, Devers said calmly. Really? Sir, that's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're as kind as Goddess Hera. Andrea was so happy that she could not speak coherently. She immediately knelt in front of Devers. At that moment, Devers's eyes were fixed on the soldiers in the square, who had found nothing. His mind was filled with thoughts. The Lucanians were not only captured warriors, but also the elderly, women, and children. It seemed like this tribe originally wanted to settle down in Amandalra. With these old, young women and children, he was more confident in controlling the warriors of this tribe. Moreover, if the soldiers were allowed to marry the single Lucanian women, then the citizens of Amandalr would be related to the captive Lucanian tribe. This would be one step closer to the assimilation of the loser's plan that was hidden in his heart. Hence, this matter had to be carried out immediately. Georges followed the woman named Denise or Danya because he was too nervous, he did not hear her clearly, to the registrar Raphael. As he had seen Georges in the Senate last night, Raphael deliberately slowed down his speech and introduced the situation of Danya's family to Georges. He also asked if he was willing to marry Danya. Georges was a little shy. His expression was cramped, and he did not know what to say. Danya said softly, "Hurry up and say yes." So he nodded. Everything was like a dream. Georges did not want to participate in this blind date, but he was forced to come by his subordinates. So, from the beginning, he stood in the corner, not wanting to plunge into the crowd of women like the others. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to sleep, a woman appeared in front of him, took the initiative to tell him her name, introduced her family, and then told him directly that she had taken a fancy to him and wanted him to be her husband. Georges was stunned. Looking at the woman's beautiful face, he did not know what to do. Under the woman's soft pleading, he nodded, and then was brought out of the square by the woman. Walking in front, Danya's face was full of joy. As a 30-year-old woman who had been married twice, she despised girls who were intoxicated by men's flowery words. She believed that the ones who could bring happiness to women were often honest and steady men. So, when she saw Georges in the corner in the square, she took a fancy to him. Danya's house was halfway up the mountain, and it was a relatively large courtyard. Danya opened the door and saw Georges standing outside, still hesitating whether to go in. She smiled and took his hand, saying very seriously, "Come in. From now on, this is your home. You are the master here." Home. The word touched Georges's inferiority complex and lonely heart. Following Danya into the gate, Georges looked around curiously. The outer perimeter was a high courtyard wall made of well-shaped square stones and painted with lime. After entering the gate, there was an open courtyard between the entrance and the foyer. The courtyard was surrounded by a colonnade, forming a central hall. In the middle of the hall was a pool. The water in the pool was mainly rainwater, and it led to an underground reservoir for daily use. This was what Danya told him later. There were many kinds of plants planted around the pool. It was spring, and they were blooming with colorful flowers. In the middle of the pool stood a white marble statue of a girl. She was naked, her figure enchanting, and every hair on her body was exposed. Seeing this made Georges blush, and his heart beat faster. Danya led him around the pool and into the hall. She forced Georges to lie on his side on a cushioned sofa to rest, and said with concern, "Are you hungry? I'll go cook first." "I'll go too." Georges wanted to stand up, but was held down by Danya. "No, this is a woman's business. You go take a bath first and rest for a while." As she said that, she shouted upstairs, "Abia! Abia!" Accompanied by a clear response, a dark-skinned slave girl rushed downstairs. "This is your male master," Danya said with a slightly dignified tone. The girl humbly walked up to Georges, with some curiosity in her eyes. She respectfully saluted, "Master." "Go boil a bucket of hot water, then bathe master, and change into new clothes," Danya ordered. Lying in a large wooden tub filled with hot water, Georgelis was also jumping with enthusiasm, because Abia was only wearing a thin linen shirt, and she was scrubbing his body. Her strong and beautiful body clung to the wet cloth, faintly discernible. It made the young Georges's mouth dry. Is this the life of a citizen of a city? Amidst his nervousness, he was pleasantly surprised. Dinner was bread and olives. Danya even said apologetically, dinner is too simple. There's nothing I can do about it, because Cornelius only allocated this little food to me. He also said that it will be like this for a period of time in the future. Georges remembered the meeting last night and comforted her. Don't worry, Chief Devers. His Excellency has sent people to Tarantum to seek help, and fortunately, the Lucanians forced you to plant grain immediately, and you can harvest it by early autumn. After the Senate has settled new citizens like me in these few days, you can get your own land back. Is it true? At the Senate meeting last night, His Excellency Consul made a decision after a discussion with everyone, Georges said with a little pride. That's great, Danya said happily. In fact, she was even happier that she did not expect the young Georges to be able to participate in the Senate meeting of the city. She really picked up a treasure, but you're wrong, it's not my land that we're taking back, it's your land. That night, Dania used all her skills to serve the Virgin Georges to the point where he wished he was in heaven. Chapter 115. The Devers and Christoia were given a house that originally belonged to the former consul of Amandalera, Marcares. It also had 2 of Marcares' children, a 6-year-old daughter, Cynthia, and a 3-year-old son, Adoris. When Christoia heard the news in the afternoon, she immediately asked for a few slaves from Merces and rushed to Marcares' house. When the Devers returned to their new home, the house was basically cleaned up. But he didn't have time to admire his new home. He only hurriedly took a few bites of bread and met the 2 children he was going to adopt. The 2 children hid behind Christoia nervously and peeked at him. It could be seen that the 21-year-old Christoia had already won the trust of the 2 orphans. Before he could say anything, Assists rushed over and said, Bagul is here. The Devers hurriedly asked Assists to bring him to the side room. After starving for an entire day, Bagul's hands were tied behind his back and brought to a side room. He simply lay there, motionless on the ground. His body was weak, and his spirit was in despair. He no longer held any hope for survival. At this moment he heard a low voice. Is this the son of the Lucanian leader, Vespa, the warrior Bagul, that the Lucanians speak of? Another voice replied, Yes, Consul. Why do you look like a dead dog? Hearing the person's mockery, Bagul still didn't move, not even blinking. And Andrea praised him to me as a brave man. Haha, he doesn't even dare to look at me. The person continued to mock him. This time, however, Bagul opened his eyes. He saw a man younger than the one who had brought him here. He was a little surprised because he had clearly heard someone call him Consul. And how is Andrea? His hoarse and weak voice was filled with deep concern. Devers didn't tease him anymore. Instead, she stepped forward and said seriously she's fine. She's been begging me to let you go. She wants to be with you. Bagul closed his eyes. His face, which was covered in blood and dirt, showed extreme pain. He suddenly turned over, and his chest began to rise and fall rapidly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at the Devers with tears in his eyes. Go out? Can you let us out? Will you give us freedom? What do you think? The Devers sneered. Think about everything you've done in Amandalera. You've massacred Amandalera's citizens, humiliated Amandalera's women, forced the Amandalera people to do heavy labor, locked them in narrow spaces, and given them only a small amount of food and water. In less than half a year, the population of Amandalera has been reduced from 1,500 to 500. This is all because of you and your people. The old, the young, the women, and the children of Amandalera, from top to bottom, would love to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Do you think you can escape this punishment? The Devers' words were like a gust of wind that extinguished the candlelight in Bagul's eyes. He lay stiffly on the ground like a puppet, despair shrouding his face once again. But the Devers changed the topic. I, the Devers, the new lifelong consul of Amandalera, will never agree with killing for revenge. Of course, the sins of the Lucanians must be repaid, but I hope it will be in another way. Bagul's eyes regained some vigor. He looked up at the Devers and asked eagerly, "What way?" "All the men of your tribe will become slaves of Amandolara's city. They will be responsible for building roads, repairing walls, digging canals, repairing farmlands, and herding cattle and sheep. In times of war, they will serve as auxiliary soldiers and accompany the citizens to battle." The Devers stared at Bagul. Bagul was silent for a while. In fact, after they occupied Amendolara, they treated the people the same way. God, Asanu, this is retribution. But what he was most worried about was not the men of his tribe. What about the women? Of course, they will also be slaves of the city. They can shear sheep, learn weaving, and harvest olives. As for the underage girls and widows among them, my soldiers and the new citizens of Amendolara will marry them. The Devers emphasized the last sentence. Bagul was shocked. He turned over and sat up, looking at the Devers in disbelief. Not concubines. Yes, wives. The Devers said with certainty. This is my sincerity. I ask you and your people to be slaves of Amendolara for 5 years. You must bear the insults of any citizens in silence. Of course, if a citizen of the city tries to attack you, he will be severely punished. But if your people escape or attack the citizens of the city, I will execute 10 Lacanians for each one that escapes. If you injure a citizen, I will also execute 10 of your people. The Devers' expression was a little ferocious. Bagul was silent for a while, then asked in a low voice, "What about after 5 years?" "After 5 years, you will all become free people. If you want to become citizens of Amendolara, you can apply to the city. If you want to return to your hometown, we won't stop you. But I think you might not want to leave by then," the Devers said confidently. "Also, if you perform well, such as helping the citizens to win the war, using a very short amount of time to build a good road, and so on, then the 5-year period can be reduced," Divers said confidently. At this moment, Bagul's expression was much livelier than the lifeless one he had when he first entered. After all, it was easy to imagine the joy in his heart that he had escaped from certain death to hope for freedom. Moreover, he could sense that the new consul had good intentions for the Lacanians. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his soldiers to marry Lacanian women and make them relatives of his captive tribesmen. So he said, "I agree with your proposal, but I have to go back and discuss it with my people, especially my father. After getting their consent, should we sign an agreement?" "Agreement?" The Devers sneered. "There is no agreement here, only an agreement." "What?" Bagul was shocked. He could only rely on a few words from the other party when it came to the survival of his tribe. "Don't you know that all the citizens of Amendolara want you to be executed? Only I don't agree. Actually, the new citizens don't hate the Lacanians. After all, they're not victims, but victors and beneficiaries. Under such circumstances, I can only slowly convince them. I can only slowly convince them that your good behavior and time will wear away their hatred. You don't have the right to sign an agreement with me yet. Either you believe me, or you go back and continue to be imprisoned until you die," the Devers said sternly. Bagul's face was ashen. He said in a hoarse voice, "You're too young." "Why should we?" the Devers said confidently. "Why should I?" "Because I'm the commander who defeated the Lacanian army. The soldiers trust me because I always keep my promises, and as the lifelong consul of Amendolara, the people are willing to trust me because I promise to bring safety to Amendolara so that it will never suffer again." Bagul looked up at the Devers blankly. The strength in the Devers' eyes and the sincerity in their words made Bagul choose to give in. He said in a low voice, "I will go back and discuss with my people. If we agree, I hope you can keep your promise." "Of course. In fact, when the time comes, the people who have become your relatives will take the initiative to ask for your freedom." A smile appeared on the Devers' face. Bagul did not say anything after hearing that. It was a shame for these Lacanian warriors to rely on women to fight for their freedom, but they had lost the war. After Bagul left, the Devers said to the silent assists, "Tomorrow you are responsible for bringing Bagul to the place where the Lacanian women are imprisoned." Let him pick out the women to marry the soldiers, and then find someone to dress them up well. At the same time, get your uncle Antonius Capus and the other officers to incite the single soldiers to go to the Senate and ask them to marry the Lucanian women. Are the soldiers willing to marry these indigenous wives? The assists asked curiously. So you have to spread the rumor that the Lucanian women are tall, fit, and can work hard. Are these true? The assists expressed his doubts. One must know that the Greeks advocated the beauty of the human body. Just the fit and healthy body alone could attract the attention of many Greek men. Of course it's true. Think about it, the Lucanians live in the mountains, climbing up and down every day and exercising all the time. Moreover, they are famous for their animal husbandry. The Lucanian beef cattle produced by the Greek city-states are the best offerings to the temple of Zeus. They eat more meat and we eat more grains. Who do you think will grow taller? The Devers explained very seriously. The assists recalled the captive Lucanians and nodded in realization. In addition, marrying the Lucanian women and the city-state, actually he came up with it on the spur of the moment and has not mentioned it to the Senate, has a preferential bill. If they occupy the land in Lucania municipality in the future, they will have priority or more land distribution. Because they are the son-in-law of the Lucanians, it will be easier for them to get along with the locals. The Devers further increased the weight of attracting the soldiers. Chapter 116. The Devers explained patiently, is it better to force them to work or to force them to work voluntarily? Of course it's the latter. More importantly, I don't want them to be slaves. I want them to become citizens of Amendalar. This is the only way we can continue to strengthen our power. Think about it. One day, when the natives of Lucania municipality tremble in fear under the threat of our shields and spears, they will see that some of our soldiers look the same as them, speak the same language, wear Greek armor, eat Greek food, and chat freely with the Greeks. What will they think? The assists pondered for a moment and said with uncertainty they might surrender. That's right. Bagul and the others are the role models for the Lucanians. We will let them know that they will not be mistreated if they surrender to us. Instead, they will live a better life. Think about how Persia treated the other races. We will do better than Persia because we will treat the other races more equally. We will be more tolerant and accept them as our citizens. We will let them enjoy the same rights as us. Only in this way can we eliminate the estrangement between them and us. Only then will Amendalar quickly become stronger. The Devers said seriously and passionately. He did not want to be a lone ranger in this era. He wanted to spread his political ideas to the people around him, infect them, and change the narrow-minded city-state mentality of the Greeks. The assists was convinced. Lord Consul, you think so far ahead. Yassi, I heard that you didn't choose a wife this time. Are you interested in choosing a Lucanian woman as your wife? Why don't I ask Bagul if he has a sister? You can be his relative, the Devers said jokingly. The assists immediately remembered Bagul's fierce look and shook his head. Seriously, if you really marry a Lucanian woman, when we conquer Lucania municipality one day, maybe I will appoint you as the governor of Lucania, the Devers said, half-jokingly. Governor. The assists recalled the awe-inspiring appearance of Asia Minor's governor, to Safner in Persia. As a young man, he was tempted. He didn't think too much about it. In the entire Mediterranean region, only the Persia Empire had a governor-general, and only the king of Persia could appoint a governor-general. Looking at the back of the assists leaving, the Devers were still thinking, should I set up a low-level public office under the Archon, the clerk? This way, the assists would have a legitimate reason to do things, and the Devers could also personally cultivate a group of like-minded young people who would become good assistants for him to govern the city in the future. As Devers was thinking, Kristoya came in and told him, Oliver's is here. Devers were a little puzzled. Why did this guy come so late at night? Oliver's voice could be heard. Lord Consul, your house is really big. If I didn't have someone to guide me, I would definitely get lost. Oh, this marble sculpture is really good. Which master's masterpiece is it? Look at the outline of these muscles. Oliver's rambled on. Devers looked at him and said, "If you don't get to the point, I'll kick you out." No, no, I really need your help. Oliver said hurriedly, "Lord Consul, you must help me with this." He looked like he was begging. "What is it? Say it." Devers looked impatient, but he was getting more and more interested in Oliver's. Oliver suddenly became bashful and whispered, "What are you doing?" He whispered, I want you to help me propose to Marigi." "What? Propose?" Devers really didn't hear it clearly this time. Oliver took a deep breath and said loudly, "I like Marigi's daughter, Mitra. I want you to propose to Marigi for me." Devers finally understood. The joke that Matones and the others had been joking about for the past few days was actually true. When did this guy like Marigi's daughter? Devers couldn't remember what Marigi's daughter looked like. He only vaguely remembered that she was a petite and shy girl. "You like her, but does she like you?" Devers first had to figure this out. "Of course, she wants to be with me," Oliver said confidently. "Does Marigi know about this?" Devers asked again. "He doesn't know. However, Mitra's mother is very supportive of our relationship, but she can't make the decision." Of course, she couldn't make the decision. In this era, whether it was Greece or Persia, men were the masters of the house. If it was in the past, with Oliver's wanton and unrestrained nature, Devers wouldn't even consider this matter. However, after that incident, he really changed a lot. Not only did he not rob women, but he also dissuaded others. One was his savior, and the other was a talent that he saw as his right-hand man. Devers was happy to see their union. "I will propose to Marigi and try my best to match-make the two of you, but the key still depends on your performance." As soon as Devers finished speaking, Oliver's jumped happily. That's great. Devers, you're such a good person." Oliver's gave Devers a tight hug excitedly, watching Oliver sing and dance as he walked out of the courtyard. Devers couldn't help but laugh. He actually gave him a good person card. The next morning, the single new citizens protested in front of the Senate, asking for a solution to their spouse problem. They also proposed that they could accept Lucanian women as their wives. The Senate held an emergency meeting to discuss the matter. Amidst the continuous protests outside, the Senate elders, led by Chief Elder Devers, reluctantly passed a resolution. The Devers and the new citizen elders were all acting, agreeing to let the new citizens marry Lucanian women who were once enemies of Amandura. At the same time, the Senate also passed another resolution. All Lucanian captives would be turned into city-state slaves, working without pay until they died. However, no Amendran was allowed to harm these slaves because they were the wealth of the city-state. After that, Devers proposed another motion. Seeing that the Devers were about to propose another motion, Cornelis couldn't help but feel nervous. Because the Devers' proposals repeatedly broke Amendran tradition, Cornelis was a little depressed. But this time the proposal was relatively normal. Before the Devers attacked the Lucanian tribal coalition, they had promised the slaves that they would be granted freedom after victory. After annihilating the Lucanian coalition, the tourists had brought back more than 1,000 slaves they had sent to the Devers. At the same time, they also brought back the Devers' request to fulfill the pre-war promise and grant them freedom. The remaining nearly 300 slaves were looted by the mercenaries along the way in Persia and had accompanied them through countless battles and hardships. According to the Devers, these slaves were their own people. So, more than 20 elders unanimously approved the Devers' proposal. However, another proposal from the Devers caused controversy. The slaves who had become free could leave freely and apply to become citizens of Amendran. Strompoli was the first to stand up and express his strong opposition. Amendran has never allowed slaves to become citizens of the city-state. If we do this, Amendran will become the laughingstock of Greece. His words were echoed by several old elders. At this time, Antonio stood up and retorted, Everyone, please note that after the previous motion was passed, they're no longer slaves, but free people. Every city-state has a precedent of accepting free people as citizens, and Amendrin is even more so. They have accepted outsiders like us and made us citizens of Amendrin, including a Persia. Why can't they be more tolerant of these free people? And we have already begun to discuss the immigration bill proposed by Sir Devers. Isn't it great that these former slaves, now free people and people who have contributed and sacrificed for Amendrin, be the first beneficiaries of this bill? The new citizens all expressed their agreement, while the old citizens were speechless. Amintus stood up and told the story of how a slave sacrificed himself to save his life during the battle in Persia. Finally, he said loudly, "They are not slaves, they are our brothers. We should give them something in return." Helps briefly described how the slaves in the medical camp assisted the doctors day and night to save the wounded. Then Mirzas also spoke in an exaggerated manner about how the slaves under him quickly calculated money and distributed resources without any mistakes, thus providing the best guarantee for the mercenaries to win the war. He proudly claimed that they were the best managers, even though there were only 21 people in the meeting. The atmosphere gradually heated up. Devers did not even need to speak before the proposal was passed. After a discussion, the decision was reached. After these free people's application to become citizens of Amendrin was confirmed, they would have a 2-year probation period. Within these 2 years, they would have to live in Amendrin territory, learn to speak Greek, be familiar with the laws of Amendrin, and have no record of breaking the law. After the 2-year probation period was over, they would have to pay 200 drachmas to the city-state to obtain probationary citizenship. If they volunteered to participate in a major operation in Amendrin, such as a war, the probation period would be shortened based on their contributions. Chapter 117. In the meeting, some people even complained that 200 drachmas was too much. Others retorted that it was necessary to make them feel that it was not easy to become a citizen of Amendolin, so that they would know how to cherish it. As a result, the next day, news came from the registrar, Raphael, that the consul's wife, Christoia, had paid in advance for 10 freedmen, and at the same time, Mercies had paid in advance for 6 freedmen. Only then did everyone realize the value of this group of freedmen. Mercies had a keen eye, and along the way in Persia he had plundered many talents who could write and calculate, as well as skilled craftsmen. Most of the ordinary slaves were strong, because they were the laborers of the supply camp and had experienced many battles. With a little training, they could become qualified soldiers. What was more valuable was that they were mainly farmers in Persia. In the Mediterranean region, there are 3 places where farmers were very experienced in growing crops. The first was the Persia, where the fertile land of the 2 rivers produced excellent farmers. The second was the Egyptians, where the Nile River Valley would surge every July, so the Egyptians only loved 2 things in life: farming and worshipping the gods. And the third was the Carthage, who had 2 powerful treasures: sea trade and agriculture. For this, they had even specially compiled a book on agriculture. As for the Greeks, because the native land of Greece was barren, they mostly went to sea to trade, graze cattle and sheep, grow olives, make wine, and make handicrafts. And these new citizens had been fighting all over the place, so they were completely ignorant about farming. Therefore, everyone rushed forward, and the 300 freedmen were quickly divided up. The citizens who did not hire freedmen had to go to the market in Tarentum to buy slaves. At that time, Tarentum had the largest slave market in Greece. Some citizens even had ideas about the large number of freedmen in neighboring Thurii. Of course, this was a story for another time. After the Senate dealt with the proposal on slaves, it did not immediately dissolve, because Marigi had returned from Tarentum. It was not far from Tarentum by sea from Amendolara, and with a favorable wind, it took less than 2 hours to board a ship from the port of Thurii. Devers had made a mistake in sending Marigi to Tarentum. Of course, he did not have any better talents at hand at that time. As a Persia, Marigi could not enter Tarentum at first. Fortunately, Urchita had anticipated this situation and wrote a letter for Marigi to bring to his father, Histiaves. With Marigi's flattery and rich and novel gifts, the senior senator, Histiaves, actively mediated for him, making the Senate and the Archon of Tarentum show enthusiasm for Amendolerá's initiative to form an alliance with Tarentum. Of course, it was not because of Histiaves that Tarentum was enthusiastic about the mercenary proposal. The actual reason was that although Tarentum and Thurii had been at an armistice for decades and had now joined a defensive alliance, it was still a loose alliance with no binding force. As this alliance was initiated and established by Tarentum, it also actively contributed to it. For example, some city-states had accumulated relatively deep hatred between them, and it was already good enough that they did not undermine each other, such as Crotone and Rockley. Tarentum also had a bit of a grudge against Thurii. After all, Tarentum was one of the largest states in Greece, but it actually lost twice in the face of a newly established city-state. In the end, although a truce was signed and Heraclea was built peacefully, Tarentum had lost a lot of face in Greece. Once an ally of Thurii, Amendolara wanted to form an alliance with Tarentum. Tarentum's Senate felt that it was a great honor. Moreover, Amendolára's participation could also protect their affiliated city-state, Heraclea, so there was no reason for them to disagree. However, Marigi's other request put them in a difficult position. Marigi asked Tarentum for assistance on the grounds that Amendolara had just experienced a war and was in urgent need of supplies to maintain its livelihood. Originally, as a newly formed ally, Tarentum was a wealthy city-state, so providing some supplies was a simple matter. However, the amount of supplies Marigi requested was relatively large, so the senators had to discuss the matter of assistance. The next day, Urchita led his troops back to Tarentum and reported to the Senate about his expedition. He emphasized the mercenaries' combat effectiveness and the outstanding military skills of their leader, the Devers. He also emphasized that the new citizens of Amendolara were now in charge of the mercenaries. In fact, Marigi had previously praised the mercenaries' performance in annihilating the Lacanian alliance, but it had caused some dissatisfaction among the senators, who thought that they were plotting to take credit for Tarentum. Now that Urchita, whom they trusted, said the same thing and praised the Devers, they realized that this new Amendolara could do something else besides shelter Heraclea from the wind and rain. Therefore, not only did they not reduce the amount of supplies Marigi requested, but they also added some additional things. When Marigi read out the alliance with Tarentum in the meeting hall, the old citizens didn't feel much when they heard it. It was still an alliance, but the other party was changed from Thurii to Tarentum. The content didn't change much. However, the Persia man in front of them, the current citizen of Amendolara, Marigi, attracted their attention, not only because of his fluent Greek, but also because of the two bills that he had introduced. The old citizens had mixed feelings for a moment. Then Marigi read out the list of aid from Tarentum: 100 tons of grain, 1,000 caddies of salted fish, 200 sets of round shields and bayonets, 100 bolts of linen. Every time they heard the number of supplies, they were pleasantly surprised. In the end, before Marigi finished reading, everyone cheered. Tarentum was too generous. Not to mention anything else, 100 tons of grain was enough to support all the people of Amendolara for 6 months. By then, Amendolara's wheat fields should be harvested. The biggest problem of Amendolara was easily solved, and the senators felt like they were in a dream. Due to the large amount of the above materials, Tarentum will be divided into several batches and shipped to Heraclea by sea before being shipped here. The first batch will be sent here tomorrow. As soon as Marigi's voice fell, everyone applauded. At this moment, the Devers took the opportunity to say loudly, "Everyone, in view of Marigi's great contributions to Amendolara, I propose that Amendolara's citizen and city-state commercial officer, Marigi, become a senator of the Senate." The proposal was enthusiastically supported by the new citizens, and the old citizens reluctantly raised their hands. Next, the Senate also decided that Cornelis and Antonios would lead the emissaries to visit Tarentum the next day to express their gratitude to their allies and further discuss the details of the alliance. After the Senate meeting ended, Marigi followed the Devers out of the hall. "Thank you for your help, sir. But you made me a citizen of Amendolara, a commercial officer, and a noble senator." Marigi said gratefully, "Looks like I didn't lie to you." The Devers chuckled. "Sir, you've always been a man of your words. How could you lie?" Marigi seemed to have forgotten what he had said when he first came to Greece. "Marigi, you must remember that this wasn't my decision. This is because the senators are thanking you for your contributions to Amendolara." The Devers reminded him, even though he was being humble. Marigi looked around and said in a low voice, "What Senate? I only know that if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be a citizen of Amendolara. Marigi will always be loyal to you, Sir Devers." Marigi's words were sincere. The Devers smiled again and said, "It seems like you still have to slowly adapt to life as a citizen of Greece." Marigi wanted to say more, but the Devers patted his shoulder and asked, "How's Tarentum?" Marigi was a smart man, so he didn't say anything else. Instead, he said seriously, "It's too short. I walked around in a hurry, and it feels like Tarentum is huge. There are a lot of people, and many of them are rich. There are many merchant ships at their port, and the market is bustling. The daily trading volume is probably not low." Marigi looked envious. The Devers nodded and asked again, "I heard that the Messapi are invading Tarentum. What's the situation now?" If he hadn't joined the mercenary army, Marigi wouldn't have cared about these things, let alone be able to say anything. After hearing and seeing from the mercenary army, he also had some understanding of military affairs. The Messapi have retreated. Their invading troops are mainly composed of cavalry and light infantry. They won't clash with the heavy infantry of Tarentum at all. They can only invade the land outside Tarentum. But Tarentum can't do anything to them because they can't catch up with the Messapi at all. Cavalry? Are there many Messapi cavalry? The Devers asked keenly. "I don't know. However, I heard that the terrain south of Tarentum doesn't have too many high mountains, and there are few rivers. Most of it is flat grassland, so the Messapi graze a large number of cattle, sheep, and horses there." The Devers' heart skipped a beat. He originally thought that on the Apennine Peninsula, except for the Gauls in the north who raised horses on a large scale because of the vast plains and swamps of the river valley, so their cavalry was strong. The other forces in the Apennine Peninsula were mainly infantry, and a small number of cavalry was just for show. He didn't expect that in the south, at the heel of the Italian leather boots, there was actually a tribe that was mainly cavalry. In fact, this was an error in Marigi's intelligence. The Messapi army was not mainly cavalry. He must get Antonius to visit Tarentum and properly investigate this Messapi force. Note Messapi. Chapter 118. The Devers suppressed his excitement and said to Marigi, "Now the city is distressed by the lack of money in the treasury. You came back at the right time. As the commercial officer of Amendolar, it is your duty to change the situation of almost no trade in Amendolar and increase the revenue for the treasury. I hope you can study the city and think hard to come up with a good plan." "I'll do my best." Marigi was eager to give it a try. Also, the Devers stopped as soon as he spoke. "Let's talk about the marriage proposal in a few days." After all, Marigi had just returned. Marigi saw that the Devers did not speak again and did not dare to ask, so he said, "By the way, my lord, 2 people from the Pythagorean school of Tarentum came with the ship to Amendolar. They said that they were invited by you." The Devers hurriedly asked, "Where are they now?" "I think they went to look for you," Marigi said uncertainly. It was not long before Dives found himself in his own house 2 Pythagoreans, one called Matacores, the other Mentaticeres, both of whom looked young, probably no more than 30 years of age. Therefore, the Devers, who had just returned home, said with a smile, "You look very young." This annoyed Matacores, who said loudly, "Mathematics is not judged by age. No one in Tarantum can compare to my speed. Do you think I came to this remote town willingly?" The Devers laughed. "You see, I became a consul at a young age. If I looked down on your youth, wouldn't I be looking down on myself?" Matacores was stunned. "On the contrary, I am very happy that the Pythagoreans are all young. Because they are young, they are energetic. Because they are young, they are ambitious. Because they are young, they dare to break the rules and think what their predecessors dare not think of. This is especially important in the academic field, isn't it?" The Devers said passionately. Mentodicus, who had been silent before, widened his eyes. Matacores muttered embarrassedly, "What you said makes sense. Don't worry. I will greatly support the development of your school in Amendalar. I will provide you with a large house for you to live and teach. As long as you do not violate the laws of Amendalar, you can develop your students in Amendalar without any restrictions. I believe that with your abilities, you will be able to create a glorious career in Amendalar that your classmates in Tarantum could never achieve, to make up for the regret of your ancestor, Pythagoras." The Devers' promise and encouragement had kindled the two young men's enthusiasm. After bowing respectfully to the Devers, they asked the Devers to send someone to take them to the house, where they would rest for a while and then begin their work. Of course, the Devers could not ask for more. When the two of them walked away, he could still hear Matacores' voice. "That consul is not bad at all. By Tarantum. Keep your voice down, Matacles. We're in someone else's house." Devers listened and could not help but laugh. "Are you really going to support the development of the Pythagorean school in Amendalar?" Christoia walked out of the side room and put her hand on Devers' shoulder. She said worriedly, "I heard that the Pythagorean school has a bad reputation. They are secretive and do not worship the gods. Instead, they believe that everything is made up of numbers. In the past, they had many conflicts with the assembly and council in the various cities of Greece, so no one welcomed them." Devers smiled carelessly. "What does it matter? We Greeks are used to the harmony between man and the gods. We will not be completely ruled by the gods like the Egyptians, where disrespect is punishable by death. Moreover, it is not easy to become a disciple of the Pythagorean school. Except for a few highly educated nobles, ordinary people cannot pass their test. This is also the reason why their school has not been able to grow. Also, they are against democracy." "Oh," Christoia's eyes wavered. "You think they will support you?" "What does it matter to me whether they support me or not?" Devers shrugged and said, "But at least it means that they will not be a big problem. Also, don't think that they only study mathematics. They have in-depth studies in philosophy, music, art. Also, there is one thing that you are interested in. In academics, they advocate equality between men and women." "Really?" Christoia asked in surprise. "Of course it is true. It is said that Pythagoras' wife was his student. I heard this from Urchita." Devers laughed. "With them living in your bank, there will be no shortage of employees who can do accounting in the future. Didn't you say that they can't develop?" Christoia remembered what he said before and rolled her eyes at him. "Of course, not according to the current way of teaching disciples of the Pythagorean school. However, after these two young people hit a wall, I don't believe that they will not change," Devers said confidently. Early in the morning, wildflowers bloomed all over Mount Amendola. They were beautiful purple and red. It was a romantic sea of flowers. Among them, most were purple thyme. They swayed in the mountain wind, spreading a rich fragrance all over the city. Couples dressed to the nines came out of their houses and gathered in the square. More than 1,500 newlyweds turned the small square into a happy crowd. The morning light shone on their happy, smiling faces, and their eyes were focused on the central platform. There stood a statue of Hera from the Temple of Hera in Metapontum. The goddess held a scepter in her right hand and gently twisted the corner of her clothes with her left hand. She had a kind smile on her face as she faced the newlyweds below the stage. Around the statue were several priestesses in pure white robes. They danced a sacred ritual dance and sang hymns after the ceremony was over. High Priestess Hera used her clear and penetrating voice to say to the countless newlyweds below the stage, "Today is a beautiful day. The great goddess Hera shall witness your happy union." The Greeks cherish the family most. A happy marriage is a sign of prosperity for the family and the foundation of the city. The high priestess took a step forward and leaned forward to ask, "Hera asked me here to ask all the men present, are you willing to shelter your wife from the wind and rain? No matter what difficulties you encounter, love her until the end of your life." The men, led by Devers, said without hesitation, "Yes." "Hera asked me to ask all the women present, are you willing to manage the family for your husband, raise children, respect him until the end of your life?" The women, led by Christoia, said sincerely, "I am willing." The high priestess smiled. "Now the newlyweds can kiss each other." The Devers and Christoia, Georges and Dania, Olivers and Mitra, due to the early arrival of Hera's priestess team from Metapontum yesterday afternoon. The Devers hurriedly went to Marigi to propose marriage. They did not expect Marigi to agree readily. In fact, Marigi, who was influenced by the royal system in Persia, did not care much about Oliver's reputation or how much wealth he had. What he cared about was that Olivers was a close friend of the Devers, and it was the Devers who personally proposed marriage. Countless newlyweds gazed at each other affectionately and kissed each other sweetly. Strompoli, who was watching from the side, could not bear to watch, but he protested in a low voice, "This is against Greek tradition. It's too immoral." The censor should stop them. The censor has already visited Tarentum. Scambra smiled. "I think this Hera ceremony is quite interesting. A happy marriage is the symbol of a prosperous family and the foundation of a stable city." This sentence makes a lot of sense. Raphael said with a sigh, "I've never seen this kind of sacrificial ceremony of Hera before." Cornelis was a little puzzled. "I heard that the consul went to the high priestess residence at night and discussed it together. It must have been the consul's idea," Protesilaus guessed. "From what you've said, it seems that your consul is an interesting young man," Angelos, the messenger of Heraclea, said with a smile as he looked at the square. "The great god Hera blesses you," the high priestess said devoutly with her fists facing the sky. Several priestesses began to sprinkle holy water below the stage, and the newlyweds also sang Hera's ode devoutly. As soon as the marriage ceremony ended, the firefighters on the sidelines began to pour water into the venue with pots filled with water. Although they had been notified in advance, the women still screamed and hid in the arms of their men, while the men protected their wives while trying to snatch the pots from the firefighters. The entire venue continued to scream, and the scene was lively and cheerful. "This is so interesting! This is so interesting!" Plotsilus looked excited. He suddenly turned around and ran back. "Where are you going?" Tritodemos asked. "Back to get the pots filled with water." Protesilaus ran without looking back. "Get the pots?" Tritodemos was stunned, but he immediately understood. Looking at the lively scene, he was tempted and shouted, "Get a few more pots!" "Yes, get a few more." Scambres also felt like a child. At the same time he lamented, "It's a pity that I got married so early. A Mendeler hasn't been this lively in a long time." Raphael exclaimed. Chapter 119. After the mass wedding, the Devers did not return home immediately. He and the senators met with the emissaries of Metapontum and Heraclea in the Senate. One was an ally of Tarentum, while the other was a subordinate city-state of Tarentum. Since Amandalra had also become an ally of Tarentum, the meeting went smoothly and amicably. The Devers proposed that Amandalra was willing to be friendly with Metapontum and Heraclea and help each other. The emissaries of the two cities gladly accepted. The three parties also discussed the strengthening of exchanges and trade. The Devers were busy until the afternoon when they finally returned home. They did not expect to have a guest waiting for them. The middle-aged emissary with sharp eyes presented a generous gift and introduced himself politely. "Hello, respected consul of the Devers. I am from Syracuse, the emissary of the all-powerful General Dionysius Hierolyse." When the Devers heard the words Syracuse and Dionysius, he was shocked. In his previous life, when the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius, was mentioned, the only thing he could think of was the story of the sword of Damocles. This story told the Devers that it was dangerous to be a tyrant in a Greek city-state. Other than that, he did not have a deep impression of Dionysius or even Syracuse, just like any other ordinary person. Everyone's attention was focused on Athens, Sparta, and Rome. The only thing they knew was that during the War of Peloponnesus, the expedition army of Athens was completely annihilated in Syracuse. The philosopher Plato had stayed in Syracuse, and the great mathematician Archimedes had died in Syracuse. That was all. However, after Divers came to this era, especially after he came to Great Greece, he often talked to Buccos, Cornelis, and the others about the local customs and practices of Great Greece after work, so he knew that Syracuse was not an ordinary state. If the Greek city-states, led by Athens and Sparta, successfully resisted the invasion of Persia's army, then under the leadership of Syracuse, the Greek city-states and Sicily defeated Carthage's army in the south. Coincidentally, the day of the victory was close to the time of the Battle of Salamis in the east, and at the same time they helped the Greek city-states in the Apennines to repel the attack of the natives. Therefore, a few decades ago, Syracuse was the tyrant of the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean, and its system of government was that of tyrants. This time, Syracuse once again implemented the tyrant system, and the one in power was the so-called all-powerful General Dionysius. After a brief understanding of Dionysius's experience of usurping power from others, the Devers could see that this person was not only good at using power, but also ruthless in his actions. His military and political abilities were not weak, and he was also lucky Carthage had taken advantage of the civil strife in Syracuse to attack Syracuse and its allies, and had even started to attack Syracuse city. In the end, a plague broke out and was repelled by Dionysius. Moreover, he knew the principle of political power comes from the barrel of a gun, so he vigorously cultivated and hired private armies to consolidate his power. Devers had already labeled this tyrant of Syracuse as a dangerous person. Although he did not know how this person developed in the history of his previous life, he had read a book in his previous life. There was a sentence in the book that left a deep impression on him. From the moment a rising country is born, it unconsciously and unconsciously wants to firmly grasp the power and land that it once obtained when the country was strong. In the past, Syracuse was the tyrant of Sicily and Great Greece. What about Syracuse now? One had to know that a person without great ambition would not dare to come out and become a tyrant. Devers's mind was filled with thoughts, but his face was full of smiles. "Oh, I really did not expect the distinguished guest of Syracuse to come to our small mountain town. Please sit down." When Hercules sat down, Devers asked, "May I ask, Lord Hercules, why did Syracuse send you here?" "When I received the order and set off for Thurii, I did not know that you had become the consul of Amendolara. The original order is no longer applicable, but I still feel that I should say it first." Hercules cleared his throat and said, "When Lord Devers and your army defeated the enemy of Thurii and annihilated the Licarian army, the Greek people of Sicily were very happy. They all said that this was the most glorious victory that Greece had had against the natives in recent years. When Lord Dionysius learned of this, he immediately decided to hire you with a generous salary to go to Sicily to fight against the great enemy of the Greek city-states, Persia's lackey, Carthage." Devers's heart slightly relaxed, but he pretended to be curious and asked, "Generous salary? How generous?" "A soldier gets 4 Dalic gold coins a month, and you, 20 Dalic gold coins a month." Hercules finished speaking and stared at Devers. Devers showed an expression of surprise. 4 Dalic gold coins, more than double the salary that Thurii hired us for. Is Syracuse so rich? To be able to invite the hero of the Persia expedition and the famous general who annihilated the Lacanian army to help us. This is the glory of Syracuse. No matter how much money we spend, it is worth it. Hercules said very seriously, "Now I am a famous general." Devers rubbed his chin that had a little stubble, feeling a little proud of himself. His impression of the envoy had increased greatly, but he said with a face of regret, "Unfortunately, we are no longer mercenaries, but citizens of Amendola." "That's right. I didn't expect you and your army to take back Amendola without taking a break after destroying the Lacanian alliance. This is another glorious victory." Hercules praised sincerely. One must know that at that time, sieging a city was indeed more difficult than fighting in the field. Of course, he would not know that Devers and the mercenaries had used a night attack to catch the Lacanians off guard. Therefore, he said sincerely, "It is Amendola's fortune to be able to invite you to become their citizens. However, I have no choice but to give up on this order. Now, I would like to represent the all-powerful general of Syracuse, Lord Dionysius, to make a new request." Devers made a "please speak" gesture. "I would like to invite you to lead the army of Amendola and Syracuse to repel Carthage's invasion and return peace to the Greek city-states of Sicily. Of course, Syracuse will pay you and your army handsomely. At the same time, I know that Amendola has just gone through a war. Syracuse is willing to provide you with the supplies you urgently need, free of charge, to help Amendola recover as soon as possible." Philistos said seriously, "I heard that Syracuse and Carthage signed a truce agreement the year before last. Did Carthage break the agreement and start a war again?" Devers did not comment on it and asked in return, "I heard that Syracuse and Carthage signed a truce agreement the year before last." Herolas was slightly embarrassed, but he quickly spoke with deep sorrow. The reason why Carthage chose to stop the war was because his army was hurt by the plague. That was Apollo's punishment. However, Carthage still occupies many Greek city-states in Sicily, from Serenus in the westernmost section to Agrigento in the middle of the south coast, to Gela and Camonlina near Syracuse. Thousands of Greek citizens are enslaved by Carthage, living a life worse than death. Moreover, Carthage's huge army is stationed in Camonlina, threatening Syracuse at all times. Whether it's for the safety of Syracuse or to save the people of the Greek city-states like Gela and Agrigento, Syracuse must deal a heavy blow to Carthage. Dispel the greed of this city-state built by the Phoenicians towards the Greek city-states of Sicily, and restore the former territory of Sicily. Devers pondered for a long time. In fact, he had already made up his mind. Then he shook his head and said, "I really want to help the people of Sicily, but I am now the consul of Amendola, and I must be responsible for the people of Amendola. You see, I am busy all day and have no time to rest at all, let alone travel far. On the other hand, the citizens of Amendola are busy reorganizing their families, restoring the city's agriculture, order, and safety, so it's impossible for them to follow me to Sicily. So, thank you and the almighty General Dionysius for your invitation. I can only apologize." Herolas originally only had a glimmer of hope, so he was not too disappointed when he heard this answer. He just sighed and said, "That's a pity. I hope I will have the opportunity to work with you in the future." Devers said politely, "Convey my apology and gratitude to General Dionysius for me." Then Devers sent Herolas out. When he was about to reach the door, Herolas stopped and turned around. "Master Devers, please allow me to ask a personal question." "Go ahead." "As far as I know, when you took back Amendola, the citizens of Amendola were almost wiped out. You could have just let your men occupy Amendola. What made you choose to let the people of Amendola hold a referendum to decide your fate?" Herolas asked seriously. Devers met Herolas's probing gaze and thought to himself, could it be that this emissary is dissatisfied with Dionysius's use of mercenaries to usurp the power of Syracuse and achieve a high-handed rule? The two looked at each other for a while before Devers said, We mercenaries are tired of war and death. We just want to live a peaceful life, not to plunder wealth and gain power. If we don't want a Mendeler to fall into repeated riots, every soldier who wants to become a citizen of the city should follow the laws of a Mendeler and follow the legal procedures of the city to become a citizen of the city. Only then will the original citizens not have any complaints about us, and we will also have peace of mind. Only then can the city remain stable. Chapter 120. The Devers watched as Syracuse's emissary, Hercules, left. When they returned to the living room, their expressions were solemn and worried. It seemed like Syracuse was preparing to go to war with Carthage. Regardless of the outcome, Armandora had to develop and strengthen itself as soon as possible so that it could stand firm in this chaotic world. 2 days later, the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius, listened to Hercules' report in his palace. His face was gloomy at first, then he laughed. A little mercenary leader actually became a lifelong consul. What do you think, Macias? Macias, who used to be the leader of Campania's mercenaries, was dressed in a military uniform. He stood straight and said without hesitation, "My lord, as a mercenary leader, I think you should focus on winning a battle, earning money and glory for yourself, instead of doing things that you don't know how to do. It may look good, but it will easily lead to failure, and it will drag down innocent people." "You're right," Dionysius praised. He patted the back of the chair. "I sit in this position, trembling with fear every day, not daring to slack off. A mercenary who only knows how to fight dares to become the tyrant of a city." Hercules could not help but say, "My lord, this Devers is not a tyrant, but a lifelong consul elected by the people of Armandora." "Hercules, what do you mean by that?" Dionysius's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at Hercules. Only then did Hercules realize that he had unintentionally touched Dionysius's reverse scale. He broke out in cold sweat and lowered his head, not daring to speak again. Dionysius looked at him carefully for a while before withdrawing his gaze. He said disdainfully, "He's just playing a little trick. I can only say that this young man is a little smart. No wonder he can win a few battles. Unfortunately, he has no foresight. Philistos, do you know how many people there are in Armandora?" On the left side of Dionysius, a middle-aged man with a graceful bearing said, "Based on what I know, there should be less than 4,000 citizens. Of course, it's far less than that now." Dionysius shrugged and said with slight disdain, "Listen, even before the war, Armendeler only had 4,000 citizens at most. That's less than the number of citizens in a street in Koja city in Greece." Sparse laughter could be heard in the palace. If that mercenary leader called the Devers had come to my place, he could have chosen any city he wanted after defeating Carthage, Marsala, Palermo, Eris, Edgardi, Segesta, and so on. It would have been better than staying in a small city like Amendola. Unfortunately, he won't have the chance. Dionysius said heroically, then looked at Macias. "How are the preparations for our attack on Carthage's army?" "More than 10,000 mercenaries have set up camp outside of Syracuse. Syracuse can mobilize at least 40,000 militia, including the armies of Cadani, Leontini, Tanis, and Paxenus. We have about 20,000. In addition, we have 2,000 cavalry. My lord, the army you command is the strongest in the history of the Greek city-states. Even the most powerful Athens didn't have such a large army." Macias said excitedly. Dionysius's expression was calm. He turned to look at his younger brother, Leptines. "How are the preparations for the navy?" Although Leptinus and Dionysius were blood brothers, he appeared to be simple and honest. And in fact, that was the case. Because of this, Dionysius trusted his younger brother very much and promoted him to the position of commander of the navy in Syracuse. At this time he replied, "Now there are 150 triple-hulled warships. Including the other warships, there are a total of 320 warships of various sizes. It's still not enough." Dionysius sighed. His fingers tapped on the back of the chair. You have to understand that there are two things that are indispensable in the war against Carthage: warships and cavalry. But we don't have enough of both. Leptines, it seems that you have to urge the other cities to speed up the construction of warships. As for cavalry, Macias, send someone to the Apennines to recruit Celtic cavalry. Philistos, ask Sparta to recruit some Thessaly cavalry. Everyone, we have to speed up. Next spring, we will attack Gela. The three of them immediately responded. We will do our best to complete the mission given by Dionysius. Macias, you have to work hard. Even a small mercenary leader can annihilate those barbaric natives with 2,000 men. We have the largest army in all of Greece, but we can't achieve even greater glory. That would be too embarrassing. Dionysius still held a grudge against the Devers for rejecting him, and so he encouraged Macias. My lord, please rest assured, I will not let you down. Macias immediately expressed his stance. Very good, Macias. Dionysius praised him again, and then he waved his hand. Philistos, stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed. Herolas, Macias, Leptines, and the other two courtiers complied and left. Dionysius's gaze followed Herolas's back until Philistos called his name. Don't you think that Herolas has changed a little? Fingers tapping on the back of the chair, Dionysius's face was clouded. Philistos was shocked and carefully defended Herolas. My lord, I didn't notice anything. Herolas is still the same as before. Dionysius glanced at him. I know you have a good relationship with him. I also miss the help he gave me in my most difficult times, so I don't want anything to ruin our friendship. I heard that he has been studying the history of Egypt recently. I think we can give him some time off so he can focus on his research. Dionysius muttered to himself. Philistos sighed in his heart. My lord, I understand. This is only a temporary arrangement. Dionysius comforted. Felix, Philoxenus is your good friend. Can you ask him to come here? Dionysius changed the topic. I have just written a poem, and I would like him to evaluate it with you. You know, the last time I discussed poetry with him, I offended him because of a disagreement. He hasn't come here for 3 months now. Philoxenus is a good person, but he likes to put on airs. I will try my best to persuade him to come. Philistos laughed and teased. My lord, even an all-powerful general like you can't do anything to an ordinary citizen. Dionysius laughed and spread his hands. So who said that I, Dionysius, am a dictator? During this time, the Devers and military officer Philistos were busy reorganizing the city's army. After the mercenaries became citizens of Amendola, Draco, Cesta, and Adrianx had more than 1,000 soldiers. The Devers had more than 1,800 soldiers. After the slaves became free citizens, there were nearly 300 people. Including the original citizens of the city who were of age, there were about 250 people who were of service age. Amendola now had a total of 3,500 people who could fight. Originally, the highest position in the mercenaries was the captain. Actually, the Devers themselves, and the highest position was the brigade. However, with the increase in the number of soldiers, the original organization could no longer adapt to the current situation of the city. After discussing with Philistos, the Devers decided to create a higher organization. The Devers named it a legion, and the highest position was still held by the Devers themselves. The tentative organization was 7,000 people. The main force consisted of 7 brigades, 6 heavy infantry brigades, and 1 light infantry brigade. Each brigade consisted of 1,000 people, and the highest position was the captain, later known as the Chiliarch. Each brigade consisted of 5 companies, and each company consisted of 200 people, and the highest position was the company captain, also known as the centurion. Each company consisted of 4 teams, and each team consisted of 50 people, and the highest position was the captain, also known as the centurion. Due to the influence of Rome in his previous life, The Devers originally wanted to abolish the teams and change them to 100-man teams. However, Philistos objected. He felt that the teams had an advantage in chaotic battles and mountain battles because they were more mobile and flexible. Furthermore, with the support of 4 teams, the independent combat ability of the companies would be greatly enhanced. After much consideration, the Devers finally agreed with Philistos. Since then, the teams were the unique military system of the city-state under the Devers' rule. The captain was the lowest rank among the officers and played a key role in the legion. Later on, he was respectfully called the head of the army by the soldiers. Later on, many of the generals under the Devers were proud of having served as the captain of a team, to the point that the Devers had decreed that only those who had served as the captain of a team for 2 years were qualified to be promoted to the next rank. This made the position of the captain of a team even more dazzling. Of course, this was a story for another time. A team consisted of 5 teams, and each team consisted of 10 people. The highest position was the captain of the team, later changed to the sergeant major, which was held by a veteran. In addition, the legion also consisted of cavalry, engineering, medical, supply, and so on. The actual number of people in the legion could be as high as 8,000. Of course, this was just a guess, as the number of soldiers in the city of Amendola was only about 3,500. The Devers organized it into 4 teams. Chapter 121. After Capys was promoted, the Devers suggested that the 20 branch captains from the 5 companies under the jurisdiction of the 1st Brigade be the candidates for the position of company captain. The Devers were surprised when they heard the results. Martones was elected for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was very protective of his men, so the soldiers loved him. Secondly, he was very brave and was respected by the soldiers. The 2nd Brigade was made up of the mercenaries brought by Dracos, Sesta, and Adrianx. Since Dracos had the most mercenaries and he was very brave and tenacious, he was the leader of the 3 during battles. Therefore, Dracos was the captain. Sesta and Adrianx were the captains of the 1st and 2nd companies of the 2nd Brigade. The 3rd Brigade was made up of the 6th and 7th companies of the Devers mercenaries, mainly the soldiers who joined the expeditionary force in Byzantium, the original citizens of Amandura, the slaves in the supply camp who had been converted into free citizens of the city-state, and a small number of mercenaries brought by Dracos. The captain was Hieronymus. He had been the captain of the mercenaries in Persia, and this time he was reinstated. The captain of the 1st company of the 3rd Brigade was Agathia. Then there was the 7th Brigade, the Light Infantry Brigade. The captain was Epthenus, and he was also the captain of the 1st company. The captain of the 2nd company was Xpit, and the captain of the 3rd company was Alpines. There were more than 600 people in total. In addition, there was the captain of the cavalry brigade, Leds. The Devers also made strict rules for the helmets of the officers of each rank. The helmet of the company captains had to have white tassels, the helmet of the company captains had to be red, the helmet of the battalion captains had to be purple, and the helmet of the legion captains had to be red, white, and purple. At the same time, it was also stipulated that the tassels of the officers' helmets had to be arranged from the front to the back. Of course, the Devers only made the rules. The National Treasury didn't have the money to help the officers change their helmets, so they had to rely on themselves. However, as soon as the rules came out, the officers immediately took out their money and tried to go to the weapon shops in Heraclea or Turiae. There were so many things to do in Amandara at the moment, so there weren't any weapon shops. This was the honor of the soldiers. In the Devers' previous life, they had always thought that the tall tassels on the helmets of the ancient Western generals were just for show and to show their status. After more than half a year of battle experience, Davis knew that it was necessary to dress up like this. In a fierce battle between both sides, the formation would easily become chaotic if the battle dragged on. Once the soldiers broke away from the team and lost their organization, they could look for the military flags in the dense forest, and they could also find the team officers through the towering and gorgeous tassels of their hats. They could then automatically move closer to the officers, reorganize the formation, and restore their combat effectiveness. However, if there was a battle, the captains of the captains, the commander of the commander, and the commander of the captains could easily. This was similar to the military ranking system in his previous world. However, in the era of cold weapons, if the insignia of a general's rank was inlaid on the shoulders, then even the sharpest soldier's eyes wouldn't be able to see it on the dusty battlefield. Early in the morning, the citizens and freedmen of Amandara came to the square, fully armed. The freedmen had just been freed from slavery and didn't have the money to buy weapons and equipment. However, after the defeat of the Turiai, in order for the Devers to continue defending the Zabari plain and contain the Lacanians, the Turiai gifted the mercenaries thousands of complete sets of weapons and equipment. After annihilating the Lacanian coalition, the mercenaries looted nearly 10,000 sets of armor from thousands of corpses, including the burned Lacanian camp. Of course, these weapons and equipment belonged to all the mercenaries and shouldn't be kept in the armory of Amandara. The officers had a heated discussion on how to distribute these spoils of war, and the consensus was that they should sell the spoils of war and distribute the money equally to every soldier. The Devers made their own suggestion. The injured and disabled soldiers should open a weapon shop in the market of Amandara, specializing in repairing and selling the weapons and equipment captured in battle. The profits would be used to subsidize the lives of the soldiers who were injured or disabled in battle. This suggestion was immediately approved by the officers. When the soldiers found out about it, they were all grateful to the Devers. After all, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured in battle in the future, and with these disability subsidies, they were less worried about battle. Therefore, a large weapons shop quickly opened up in the market and introduced its own signature army. The shop was very big and had a lot of weapons and equipment, considering that a full set of heavy infantry equipment was worth 400 to 600 drachmas. It was not cheap, so it was allowed to rent. Even though the rent was not a small amount, the freedmen were still willing to rent it because they knew that only by joining the army and participating in battle could they quickly become citizens and obtain land. At the same time, being a soldier was the glory of a citizen and the best way for the freedmen to quickly improve their status in the city. But where would the money for the rent come from? The freedmen did not worry for long. They soon found out that a bank called Kristoya had opened in the market. The interest was extremely low compared to the interest of loans in the Greek city-states at that time, and everyone knew that Kristoya was the wife of the Archon Devers. These freedmen, who had accompanied mercenaries to battle for thousands of miles, knew the character of the Devers, and they resolutely borrowed money from this bank. This became the first loan from Kristoya's bank. Now, after the soldiers arrived at the square, they found their own squads and began to gather into their respective squads under the leadership of their respective squad leaders. Then they merged into the company, forming small phalanxes, and finally entered the designated area of the brigade in order. The whole process was a little slow, but it was not chaotic. Finally, they formed 3 large phalanxes in an orderly manner. Only the 3rd Brigade was still in formation. On the stage, Felicius saw divers frowning slightly and hurriedly said, "Sir, the origin of the soldiers of the 3rd Brigade is the most complicated, especially the freedmen who have never received military training before, and the original citizens of Amendalar have not received strict training either." So, the Devers interrupted him. "I understand. So Hieronymus has a heavy responsibility. I heard that he asked for many veterans from the 1st Brigade, and even the usually amiable Capus is anxious with him." "Yes, sir. Hieronymus is also anxious. He is a very responsible person," Felicius explained tactfully. The Devers smiled. "He is a soldier, so he must be serious and not admit defeat. I believe that Hieronymus will quickly let the 3rd Brigade catch up." Then he asked again, "Are the Lucarians here?" "Yes." Felicius pointed to a small slope in the southeast corner of the square and said worriedly, "Sir, there are 800 to 900 of them. If they do anything, that's good." The Devers said disapprovingly, "The soldiers in the square can annihilate them nearby. I don't think Vespa and his son are that stupid." Besides, even the women of their tribe have become the wives of our citizens, and most of them are here today to cheer for their husbands. The Devers looked at the slope in the distance and ordered, "Beat the drums." The drummers waved the drumsticks and began to beat the big drums in front of them rhythmically. Dong! 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 Hearing the drums, the soldiers in the square began to move on the spot and continued to adjust their formation. When all 4 square formations were in place, the footsteps also sounded in unison. Boom! 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 The magnificent footsteps startled the mountain birds and sent the wild beasts scurrying away. It was like thunder in the sky, causing the mountains to tremble. Calnerus and the other old citizens were shocked, and they muttered to themselves, This is the army that shocked Persia and annihilated the Lucanians. As expected, as expected. Seeing this, most of the Lucanians' faces turned pale, and they fell silent. The women and children outside the square cheered loudly in excitement. The Devers felt the tremors of the mountain and hurriedly waved his hand, signaling for them to stop. The drummers hit the drum twice and then let go. Soon the square became silent, as if the loud noise had never happened. A free citizen's throat was itching, and he had just coughed when the veteran captain next to him glared at him fiercely. The Devers took 2 steps forward on the stage. Brothers, the people below the stage shouted in unison, Devers, have you enjoyed your happy life these past few days? Yes. I'm just afraid that life is too good, and your feet will turn to jelly, and you won't be able to wield your spears and shields. The soldiers all laughed ambiguously. Many of you have fought with me in Persia and made a name for yourselves. Then you followed me to Greece, defeated the Lucanian alliance, and made a dazzling contribution. Now you are all citizens of Amyndolara, and this is a new beginning. From now on, you will protect Amyndolara, develop Amyndolara, and expand Amyndolara to create eternal glory for your descendants. The Devers said passionately. The soldiers waved their spears up and down, and they shouted in unison in excitement. Victory! 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 You are not a soldier. Why are you so happy? Strompoli could not help but say when he saw Anticles raising his remaining left hand and cheering with the excited citizens. This is a real army. This is the army that we, Amyndolara, have been longing for. Anticles said excitedly. He glanced at his missing right arm, and his expression dimmed again. It's a pity that I can't go to war with them any more. Chapter 122. That was just a moment of anger. Actually, Helos is a very nice and humble person. He often asks me questions, Anticles said straightforwardly. Moreover, my 2 new sons-in-law are both new citizens, especially the eldest one who is a platoon leader. See that? That tall guy in the white helmet is my eldest son-in-law. Anticles, what's a platoon leader? Who cares how many people there are? Back then, you and I were even platoon leaders, Strompoli said disapprovingly. That's different. We were appointed by the consul because of our noble status. But I heard from Tratouras that the consul of the Devers decreed that platoon leaders must be experienced in battles, be recognized by the soldiers, be elected by them, and be approved by their superiors. That's why they can command the equally experienced and proud soldiers, Anticles said proudly. Strompoli did not say anything. No matter how much he nitpicked, he could not deny the strength of the Persia's expeditionary army. To be able to command them, they must be very capable. Christoia looked at the Devers standing in the middle of the square amidst the cheers. Her eyes were misty. This was the husband she had chosen in the chaos of war. It turned out that her judgment was right. The Devers had realized his dream. The consul is so impressive. A crisp voice woke her up. She did not need to turn around to know that it was Andrea. A few days ago, Christoia learned about Andrea's story from a chat with the Devers. She was touched by her infatuation and asked Andrea to help her with the excuse that she was short of manpower for the bank. Andrea readily agreed, and the 2 became good friends very quickly. With the Devers' wife, Christoia, as a shield, people did not gossip and rolled their eyes at Andrea. "What, you like the Devers?" Christoia teased. "Madam, don't tease me," Andrea rebuked. "I heard that the Devers have ordered the Lucanian to watch the ceremony. After it's over, I'll ask the Devers to arrange for you to meet him. How about that?" Christoia said seriously. Andrea generously expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, madam." Christoia looked back at her and sighed. "Are you really going to wait for him for 5 years?" Andrea nodded without hesitation. She remembered what the Devers had said and said, "Then you should persuade Bagul to take care of his people and not make any mistakes. Also, you should seriously complete the various tasks given by the city. Once the city has any big operations, you should actively participate and strive to make contributions, so that the 5-year deadline can be shortened as soon as possible." Andrea nodded heavily. Christoia stroked her face. "I really hope that you won't have to wait too long. Your wish will finally come true." Andrea bit her lips and was about to cry. Military officer Felicius stepped forward and said loudly, "Now, on behalf of the Senate, I announce the establishment of the First Legion of Amendalar. The Legion commander will be the Life Archon Devers." The audience burst into thunderous cheers. "Present the flag of the First Legion." The bugles sounded, and the square became solemn. Felicius' expression was solemn as he held up a 4-meter-long flag with both hands. The Devers received it with both hands respectfully, raised it high, and slowly circled the platform. Mercies shouted from outside, "See that? I spent a few days designing it and urged people to make it. Isn't it beautiful?" "You designed it?" Marigi's face was full of doubt. Mercies laughed dryly. "I slipped my tongue. It was the Devers who designed the flag. Without me, these flags wouldn't have been made so quickly." The soldiers held their breaths as they looked up at the glittering flag in the air. At the top of the flag was a brass statue of Hades, the king of the underworld, holding a pitchfork. Amendalar was poor, so they could only use brass for the time being. Below the statue was a red fluffy tassel, and below it was a straight flagpole with a square piece of heavy cloth woven with red wool and linen. One side of the flag was embroidered with the words First Legion in golden Greek, and the other side was painted with a gold star. Divers pointed at the gold star and said loudly to the soldiers below, "Brothers of the First Legion, this gold star represents the annihilation of the Lucania Alliance army and the recovery of Amendalara. As the founder of the new Legion of Amendalara, this gold star is unique." The soldiers cheered loudly and straightened their chests. Looking at the glittering flag, their eyes were filled with pride. "From now on, for every major victory, there will be a gold star painted on the flag so that the people will remember your achievements. I hope that you will use your continuous victories to paint the flag with gold stars." The Devers' ardent expectations made the soldiers cheer excitedly. Victory! 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 The morale of the soldiers in the square was at its peak. "I've never heard of a flag like this in the decades I've been involved in city-state battles. This is a way to boost morale. As a soldier of the militia, it's such an honor to fight under such a flag." Anticles gazed at the flag with yearning. "I heard that the top of the flag has a statue of Hades. This is the Devers' way of saying that he's favored by Hades." Strompoli said unhappily, "Didn't you say that many people think it's the truth?" Anticles said disapprovingly. He held the stump of his right hand with his left hand and sighed. "Besides, it's a good thing that Hades is on our side and bringing death to our enemies. It can be predicted that our First Legion will become a terrifying army. It's a pity that I can't fight under Hades' flag anymore. Let's invite the flag-bearer of the First Legion, Marcius, to the stage to receive the flag." Felicius shouted. The guard captain, Multius, who is usually known for his boldness, couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. He tightened his armor again, adjusted his helmet, and walked up to the stage with a solemn expression. He stood in front of Divers and punched his left chest with his right fist. The Devers returned the salute and said loudly, "The flag-bearer of the Legion is the bravest soldier in the army. It's the highest honor. I hope that you will hold the flag high on the battlefield. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you will always move forward and encourage the army to achieve victory." Marcius received the flag solemnly and swore, "In the name of Hades, I, Marcius, will cherish the flag like I cherish my own eyes. I will always move forward and never retreat." Amidst the cheers, Marcius muttered softly, "If I hadn't become a captain, this flag-bearer would have been mine." Next, let's invite the 1st Battalion's captain, Capus, to the stage to receive the 1st Battalion's flag. Before Capus could move, the soldiers behind him started to urge him. "Captain, hurry up. Go and receive the flag." Capus walked up the stage unhurriedly. The Devers took the flag from the guard and held it in his hands. He said to Capus earnestly, "The 1st Battalion of the Legion is the role model of the entire Legion, the elites of the elites. In battle, the 1st Battalion must face the most difficult and dangerous places and open the door to victory for the entire army. I hope that you will remember this. The 1st Battalion of the 1st Legion will definitely not let you down, Sir Consul. The 1st Battalion will always be the sharp spear of the entire army." Capus's tone was as strong as metal. He took the 1st Battalion's flag and looked at it carefully. Different from the Legion's flag, the top of the flag was an iron statue of Thanatos, the god of death under Hades. He held a sword in his hand, wore a black robe, spread his wings, and looked ferocious. There was also a red flag on the flagpole below the statue. The shoes were embroidered with the words 1st Battalion of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Legion in Golden Greek, and there was also a gold star on the back. Capus waved the flag, and the soldiers of the 1st Battalion below the stage cheered thunderously. The next to go up the stage was the 2nd Battalion's captain, Dracos. He had not recovered from his injuries and was still wrapped in bandages, but he was still fully armed. When he staggered up the stage, the soldiers below the stage cheered encouragingly. Looking at this tough guy who had fought with him before, the Devers asked with concern, "Dracos, are you all right?" The doctor said, "I'm fine." Dracos' expression was calm, facing the Devers who had beaten him up before. There was only respect in his heart now. "Thank you for your concern, Sir Consul. The battle with the Lucanian alliance showed me the bravery of the 2nd Battalion. But to be honest, compared to the 1st Battalion, you still have a long way to go. I hope you can discipline them according to military law in future training, so that they can catch up as soon as possible." The Devers said with ardent expectations, "Don't worry, Sir Consul. The 2nd Battalion will not lose to anyone," Dracos said firmly. When the 3rd Battalion's captain, Hieronymus, went up the stage, the Devers did not say anything else, because he knew that Hieronymus would train his battalion with all his might. When the 7th Battalion's captain, Epiphanes, went up the stage, the quick-witted captain took the initiative to ask the Devers, "Sir, my battalion has the least number of people, and we still need 400 to be full. Can you allow me to send some men to Thrace, Crete, and Rhodes to recruit some light shield-bearers, archers, and stone-throwers? Become free citizens of Amendora?" The Devers asked with a faint smile. "Of course, we'll be free citizens at first. Then, according to your proposal in the Senate, we'll apply to become citizens of Amendora after a few years," Epiphanes giggled. Chapter 123. He reminded Epiphanes, "If these new recruits come, they will be different from the current 3rd Brigade. I'm afraid you will have to submit a proposal to the Senate and let the other elders discuss it. I can tell you for sure that I will do my best to pass this proposal. However, if you want to become a citizen, I'm afraid it will be harder for them to fulfill the conditions. You have to be mentally prepared. Also, it's best to go to the Eastern Mediterranean quietly. Don't provoke the people of Sparta." "Understood," Epiphanes said excitedly. Next, it was time for the company captain to present the flag. On top of the flag was an iron statue of Tisiphon, the goddess feared by the Greeks. She held a torch in one hand and a viper whip in the other. The flag under the statue was also embroidered with a gold star and the company number. On top of the flag of the company captain was an iron statue of Cerberus, the watchdog of Cerberus. The ceremony lasted for nearly 2 hours. From beginning to end, the morale of the soldiers in the square was high, and the cheers were endless. In the end, divers raised the military flag once again. Below the stage, all the phalanxes raised the flag, the company flag, the division flag, the gold, silver, and iron statues, the red and yellow flags, and the red, purple, and white hat tassels, which added some color to the impenetrable wall. But more importantly, with these, the morale of the soldiers would be higher, the commanding officers would be more efficient, and their actions would be faster. The Devers were happy to see a real army taking shape. He waved the flag and shouted, "Where the flag is, the team is! Where the flag is, the team is! Where the flag is! Where the flag is! Where the flag is, the team is! Where the flag is, the team is! Where the flag is, the team is! Where the flag is! Where the flag is!" Most of the Lucarians couldn't understand what the soldiers were shouting about, but the tsunami of shouts created a huge pressure that sent chills down the spines of anyone who harbored animosity. Vespa and his son, Bagul, understood, so they remained silent for a long time. Finally, Vespa let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to exhale all the uneasiness in his heart. "Child, do you still remember the wolf packs that we often see in the mountains? After the powerful wolf king defeats the other lone wolves, some of the lone wolves will choose to join the pack. Do you think those wolves are timid?" "No, father! I think they are the smartest, because they know that only under the leadership of a powerful wolf king will they have enough food and won't be attacked by ferocious enemies. Only then will their bloodline be able to reproduce. As for those arrogant wolves, they either died alone in the mountains or became food for other beasts." Bagul understood what his father was thinking, so he took the opportunity to comfort him. Vespa nodded as he made up his mind. "When I was young, I used to lead my people to make a living. I've seen the armies of many Greek city-states, Naples, Turiae, Tarentum, but none of the Greek armies have touched me as much as they do. You have to know that Amendalar is just a small city. To have such an army, I'm afraid that what the consul wants is not simple. Since we can't defeat them and have become their captives, then we can only make a choice that is more beneficial to the survival of our people. I hope that the Greeks will not go back on their words." While the whole city was still immersed in the excitement of the spectacular scene in the square yesterday, the commercial officer, Marigi, was at the Devers' house, telling him about his business plan. "Sir Consul, Amendalar has a small population and poor land. We don't have many wealthy citizens, no special products, and no port. If we use the usual methods, it will be difficult to attract foreign merchants to trade with us." The Devers nodded. That was the truth. The reason why Amendalar had maintained a population of 4,000 for more than 200 years was because the small city could not support any more people. So the extra people had to migrate to other places to make a living. That was why Amendalar had always been a small city. The Devers believed that since Marigi dared to say this, he must have come up with some good ideas. But Marigi raised his voice and said, "Our neighbor, Turiae, has a very prosperous port. Every day, hundreds of merchant ships from other city-states come to Turiae to trade. Our other neighbor, Heraclea, although it has not been built for long, has 20 to 30 merchant ships coming to trade with us every day. The port of Metapontum, which is further away from us, is also prosperous, but based on my observations over the past few days, there are some problems with their port and market. Because there are too many merchant ships and too many goods, there are not enough warehouses. Renting a warehouse requires a queue, so the goods are piled up in the open space. But after being exposed to the sun for a long time, they can easily rot and get lost. At the same time, because of the large number of foreign sailors, there are not enough hotels in the city. Not only is the cost of accommodation high, but so is the price of food, which makes them complain. Also, there are too many people in the port, so it is easy to have disputes. When there are disputes, the city-state takes too long to solve the problem. Not only does it delay the merchants, but it also tends to favor the people of their own city-state. Marigi listed many of the disadvantages of the neighboring city-states. It was obvious that he had done a thorough investigation and even combined some of his experience as a merchant. Hearing this, the Devers could vaguely guess what business he was going to start in Amendaler. Over the past few days, when he chatted with his wife, Christoya, he found that compared to the modern people in his previous life, the Mediterranean merchants of this era did not have a bad economic concept. There was even a business called insurance, mainly maritime insurance, in the banking industry in Athens. What was even more frightening was that the people of Athens had learned to use money to promote and strengthen the commercial hegemony of Athens. Before the War of Peloponnesus, the people of Athens used the silver from the Laurian silver mine to make extremely pure silver owl coins. The head of the goddess of Athens was engraved on one side, and the tokenelle of Athens was engraved on the other side. Even when Athens was at its most difficult, the people of Athens did not lower the purity of their silver coins, which made them very popular among the Greek city-states. Then, Athens forcefully unified the currency in the Delian League, which allowed Athens to firmly control the trade of the Delian League and strengthen its hegemony. More than 2,000 years later, Uncle Sam picked up the work that the people of Athens had done. Therefore, the Devers did not dare to underestimate the wisdom of these ancient people. He did not hastily express his opinion, but listened attentively to Marigi's story. Thurii is less than 50 miles away from us, and Heraclea is about the same. Metapontum is a little further, but it's only a little more than 90 miles away. We can reach it in an hour on a fast horse and half a day for a caravan. So, Marigi glanced at the Devers, and a proud smile appeared on his face. We can build a large number of warehouses between the Burano and Cisno rivers in Amendaler and charge a low rent. We can also build a large number of simple hotels, charge a low rent, and provide abundant food. I believe that will attract foreign merchants, sailors, and free people. When there are more people, we can build a bigger and better market next to the warehouses and hotels. We can use our goods services to protect the interests of these merchants and sailors. Then, Amendaler's trade will definitely prosper. Marigi finished confidently. The Devers could not help but clap. Wasn't this the distribution center of the goods in his previous life? Very good, Marigi. It seems that you are worthy of being the commercial officer. The Devers did not hide his admiration for Marigi. Back then, Cyrus the Younger only let you be in charge of the trade and media. It really buried your talent. At the mention of Cyrus the Younger, Marigi's expression became slightly gloomy. Because compared to merchants, Cyrus the Younger preferred soldiers and farmers. He once said many times he likes two kinds of people the most. One is the people who are the best at buying farm tools and livestock for the land, and the other is the people who are the best at protecting the land, farm tools, and livestock. The Devers thought carefully and sighed. Yes, after all, Persia is vast and farmers and herdsmen make up the majority of the people. So, ensuring the stability of Persia is the most important issue. With so many affiliated countries, city-states, and races paying taxes to the royal family of Persia every year, Persia does not lack wealth. So, Cyrus the Younger was right. If he was still alive, he might have become a good king of Persia. Unfortunately, when so many people pinned their hopes on him, his life did not belong to him. But he did not understand this. Instead, he took such a big risk and personally led the army. What a pity. Marigi also sighed. I agree with all of your plans. Let me add a few more points. As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Marigi immediately pricked up his ears. He knew that the Devers had extraordinary talent in business. The reason why the temporary market in Thurii was so lively was mainly because of this consul. One is the road. Right now, we only have a dirt road connecting us to Thurii and Heraclea. It's too difficult to travel, and it's not suitable for merchants to transport their goods. We need to build a flat, wide and sturdy road. We also need to build strong bridges across the rivers. I'll start preparing for this soon. Another is the warehouse and hotel. Not only must we reduce the rent, but we must also ensure the cleanliness and safety. No theft or robbery is allowed. You need to discuss this with Helos and come up with a solution. By the way, what is the tariff for Thurii, Heraclea, and Metapontum? Chapter 124. The Devers realized that the ancient Greeks were not fools. They knew how to protect the economy of their city-state. We, Amendolas, have nothing now, so we don't have to worry about anything. Reduce our tariffs. If the surrounding city-states charge 2%, we will charge 1%. If they charge 20%, we will charge 10%. As long as we attract people here, our trade will develop, and our citizens will take the initiative to look for opportunities to earn money for their families. The Devers, who were short of money, had decided to poach them. Sir Devers, I've been waiting for this decision of yours. Marigi was happy, but he quickly reminded. However, Heraclea and Metapontum have a good relationship with us and are allies. I believe we can negotiate well with them. However, we don't have a good relationship with the tourists. Foreign merchants who ship goods from the tourists to us for storage and then sell them in the tourist market might be obstructed. This was indeed a problem. The Devers rubbed his chin awkwardly. The Devers had a good relationship with the tourists and were the benefactors who saved the tourists. However, after the mercenaries became citizens of Amendolas, the Devers could not take the initiative to contact the tourists because of the hatred the people had for the tourists. The tourists became angry after many visits were obstructed. Amendolas were originally the little brother of the tourists, but now they were inexplicably arrogant. This hurt the self-esteem of the tourists. At the same time, the Devers were angry that the mercenaries had deceived them, the tourists' view. Thus, the relationship between the two sides became stiff. This stalemate was not good for Amendolas, nor was it good for the Devers. Not only did it affect Amendola's economic diplomacy, but it also affected the Devers' strategic plans and the promises he made in the Senate. In the Devers' plan, Amendolas should take advantage of the weakened Lucaria to pursue and invade the land of the Lucanians. However, in the past few days, when he calmed down, carefully studied the map, and personally surveyed the surrounding terrain, he found a big problem. To the north of Amendolas, there was Heraclea, which was still an ally and had the support of Tarentum. To the south, there was Turris. Although their power was now severely weakened, the Devers could not lead the army to attack them. This was because the Turris had no grudge against Amendolas and were once allies. The Devers and the Turris were once mercenaries invited by them. If they attacked for no reason, it would undoubtedly arouse the dissatisfaction and vigilance of the great Greek city-states. Moreover, Amendolas was still small and could not afford to provoke public anger. To the west of Amendolas, between Amendolas and Heraclea, along the Cini River, one could indeed reach Lucania municipality. This was the path that Vespa had once taken with his people. For this reason, the Devers had specially looked for the Bagul to ask about it. Only then did they know that the west of Amendolas was a barren land with many mountains, rivers, lakes, dense forests, and snakes. The Bagul tribe had stayed there for more than a year, and out of more than 10,000 tribesmen, only less than 4,000 were left. That was why Vespa did not want to go back to Lucania after he took over Amendolar. It would be slightly better if they went downstream to Amendolara, but if they went upstream to the Lucania kingdom, the number of casualties caused by the injuries on the way would be staggering. Once the Lucanians attacked, they would not be able to count on reinforcements from the back at all. Therefore, the only way was to pass through the Zabari plain and trek west through the rugged mountain path to reach Laos. Although the road was long, at least there would be fewer non-combat casualties. To pass through the Zabari plain, he had to maintain a good relationship with the Taurus. The Devers rubbed his chin. Originally, he had planned to wait until the new families in Amendolas had settled down and the hatred was gradually forgotten. It would be better for him to negotiate with the Taurus then. But now, It seemed that whether it was to improve economic trade, military strength, or diplomatic relations with the tourists had become a bottleneck that needed to be solved urgently. So, the Devers made up his mind. Marigi, don't worry. I will hold a meeting in the Senate this afternoon to discuss the issue of the tourists. I hope to improve diplomatic relations with the tourists. Sir Devers, as long as you propose a proposal, they will not dare to disagree with you. Marigi's words were not flattering. It was the truth. However, the Devers still had to consider the feelings of the elders in Cornwallis. After all, this involved the unity between the old and the new citizens of Amendolas. But he did not want to go into detail with Marigi now, so he only smiled. After all, the Persia still needed a long time to adapt to the political system of Greece. Marigi observed Devers' expression and immediately stopped talking about this topic. He raised his voice and said, "Oh, Sir Devers, I almost forgot to mention another idea. The medical skills of our mercenary medical camps doctors are quite high. When we opened the clinic in the market we built in Tali, many Tali citizens and freedmen came to see us. Later, more and more patients came because of our reputation. When we were about to demolish the market and move to Amandura, some patients begged us not to leave. Do you think we should open a big clinic in Amandura? We can attract patients from neighboring countries to see us. We can also let them stay in Amendolas and buy goods. This will increase the income of our city." Marigi's words reminded the Devers. He had been so busy recently that he forgot that Amendolas had a special product. It was medical. He said excitedly, "The clinic is too small. If we want to build one, we should build a big hospital." Hospital. Not only can the hospital diagnose and treat the patients, but we can also let the seriously ill stay in the hospital. We can observe and treat them at the same time. This is more beneficial for the patient's recovery. At the same time, we can conduct medical research, hold medical lectures, and train young doctors. I believe such a place will attract many patients. The Devers explained to him in detail. Marigi was a little dazed. Even though he did not understand some of the content, he could not help but say, "I have never heard of a clinic in Persia that can be built into a hospital like the one you described. This is really, really great." I said it's great, but to reach the level I described, we have to take it step by step. Let's make preparations first. To tell you the truth, I already owe Help's 2 medical lessons that I haven't attended. The Devers' words reminded Marigi that the young man in front of him was the real leader of the medical camp. When the doctors mentioned the Devers, they all respected him. Wasn't it a gift from God to have a young man who was well versed in military, political, business, and medical skills? Walking out of the Devers' house, Marigi felt that he had followed the right person. At the moment, the Devers thought that since Amendola was going to be built into a medical center for all of Greece, could it also be made into a big entertainment center? With this thought in mind, he immediately walked to the side room. In the side room, Christoia was discussing some bank loans with a few freedmen who worked as accountants. Beside her was her personal maid, Asuna. Asuna was an Egyptian slave who was sent to the medical camp by Mercies to help. When Christoia was managing the medical camp, she found that she was smart and capable, so she asked Asuna to come over from Mercies. She was arranging tasks for the male and female slaves that Christoia had just bought from Tarentum. As soon as the Devers entered the door, Asuna saw him. She immediately bowed and said, "My lord, you are back." The freedmen also bowed respectfully, while the new slaves were confused and did not know what to do. "Christoia, did you buy the leatherworker I asked for?" the Devers asked. "I did. But the money for a leatherworker is enough for me to buy 4 or 5 ordinary slaves," Christoia complained. "You have to look at the long term when doing business. Don't be fooled by the fact that a leatherworker costs a lot now. In the future, this leatherworker will earn more than the price of thousands of slaves." The Devers teased her half-jokingly. He did not dare to make any intimate gestures in front of everyone. "Yes, a big merchant." Christoia glared at him and said, "My family needs a leatherworker anyway." She then pointed at one of the slaves. "That's the one you want." The Devers walked over, and the skinny old man bowed respectfully. "My lord, you are a Greek." The Devers was slightly surprised to see his appearance. "Yes, my lord. Where are you from? What is your name? Why did you become a slave?" "My name is Toricus from Ephesus," the old man said calmly. "I could not pay my debts, so I became a slave." "As long as your skills are good, in a few years you will be able to save enough money to redeem yourself and become a freedman," the Devers promised. "My son died on the battlefield and my wife died a long time ago. I am the only one alive. If you do not chase me away, I am willing to stay here until I meet the man who crossed the river." Toricus's relaxed expression stunned the Devers. He then nodded helplessly. "In that case, you can rest assured and spend your remaining years here." After saying that, he brought Toricus to the courtyard and used a wooden stick to draw a pattern on the soil planted with flowers and plants. "Is this an olive?" Toricus looked at the simple pattern on the ground and said, uncertainly, "This is a rugby ball made of cowhide." The Devers' eyes were bright. Chapter 125. In the afternoon at the Senate meeting, the Devers' proposal to contact the Taurus and improve diplomatic relations was strongly opposed by Strompoli and other old senators. The Devers did not immediately implement the vote, but said earnestly, "My lords, I implore you to consider this proposal calmly and seriously. Don't let hatred blind your wisdom. You are the elites of the city. You have to create a better life for the people of the city and point the right direction for the prosperity of the city. Will befriending the Taurus improve the security of the city? Will befriending the Taurus improve the trade of the city? Will befriending the Taurus benefit the city in the war against Lucania? The pros and cons of befriending the Taurus are clearly laid out in front of you. As long as you are sincere about the city and our descendants, I believe you will make the right choice. Please remember, individuals can have grievances, but there is only eternal interest between the city." The Devers' words had obviously touched Cornellos and the others. Most of them bowed their heads in contemplation and did not speak. At this time, Scambra stood up and said angrily, "Are we going to forget all that the Taurus have done to us and welcome them with a smile? Devers, you are not us. You have not tasted the tragic experience of losing your wife and children. Of course, you can talk about befriending the Taurus here. I only said to improve the relationship with the Taurus. I did not say to forget the hatred. There is a saying in the East that goes, 10 years is not too late for a citizen to take revenge. We use the Taurus to strengthen ourselves until one day we are strong enough to make the Taurus swallow the bitter fruit of our hatred." The Devers argued. "Who knows how long we have to wait?" Scambras muttered, the dissatisfaction on his face dissipating a little. In the end, except for Strompoli, who opposed the Devers, Scambras and Raphael abstained. The rest of the senators voted in favor, and the Devers' proposal passed smoothly. The Devers immediately took action. He asked assists to send someone to the port of Taurus to bring a message to Berks. Amendolara was willing to mend the relationship with the Taurus. The Taurus generals, who were at a loss due to the diplomatic impasse, were overjoyed. To show their sincerity, they sent an emissary delegation led by Generals Cunigarata, Neones, and Ansitanos. Out of diplomatic etiquette, Amendolara also sent an emissary delegation led by the consul Devers, the city governor Cornelis, the censor Antonios, the commercial officer Marigi, and the Senate Senator Strompoli, who strongly requested to participate. At the same time, they made a special request. The Taurus emissary delegation could not cross the Saraceno River, and the two sides could meet on the south bank of the river. The Taurus emissary delegation had just left the city gate when they received the news from the north. It was like a blow to their heads, and their joy was reduced by half. They had no choice but to agree to the proposal. In the morning, the two sides met on the bank of the Saraceno River. Except for Cunigarata, it was the first time for the other tourists to meet the Devers. as the hero who annihilated the allied forces of the Lucania tribe, the benefactor who saved the Turris, and now the life consul of Amandalora. No one dared to look down on the Devers, even though he was still young. On the contrary, apart from respect, they were also a little afraid of him. However, Kunigarada felt even more deeply. After all, when they first met, he patted the Devers' shoulders like an elder meeting a junior, and said some words of concern and encouragement. At that time, the Devers seemed gentle and even a little shy. Of course, Kunigarada did not take him seriously, and he even suspected that the expeditionary army was exaggerating. At this time, the Devers were as gentle and friendly as when they first met, but Kunigarada's heart palpitated. A young man who annihilated nearly 10,000 Licarians with a wave of his hand, and at the same time made the people of Amandalora willingly elect him as the life consul, completely controlling the power of Amandalora, and still maintain such a seemingly humble attitude. How could this not be terrifying? Ansetanos did not think too much about it. He only wanted to ask the Devers to talk about their experience in Persia after the meeting. Under a large cowhide tent built by the soldiers, the main representatives of both sides sat on both sides. Before the meeting, please allow me to say a few words first. Kunigarada stood up and said emotionally, this time the invasion of the Lucanians caused a great disaster to both Turi and Amandalora. The city of Amandalora was occupied, the people were captured, and most of them died in mistreatment. Nearly 13,000 Turi citizens died in the war, and all the families in the city are in mourning. Every day, the whole city of Turi is surrounded by cries. Here, on behalf of the Turi generals and the council, I express my deep condolences to the people who died in the two cities. As he finished, tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. The Turi emissaries also looked sad and bowed their heads. The Devers did not expect the Turi to do this, and they could not help but be stunned. They hesitated if they should also put on a sad expression. A sneer came from behind. If it weren't for the unreasonable demands of the Turi, the people of Amandalora would not have suffered like this. Stop acting here. Hurry up and get to the point. Strompoli's voice broke the sad atmosphere created by Kunigarada, and it made the Turi in the meeting a little embarrassed. However, Kunigarada did not seem to hear it. He continued to look at the Devers and said gratefully, Fortunately, Master Devers, you led the heroic mercenaries to defeat the powerful Lucanians and saved Turi and Amandalora. You are the hero in the hearts of the Turi people. We were not able to invite you to the Turi to participate in the victory celebration and receive the sincere gratitude of the Turi people. The other generals and the council were all protested and criticized by the people. When he said this, Neoness and Anchitanos nodded in agreement. I hope that after the meeting, we can invite you to visit Turi. This is the hope of the Turi people. Kunigarada extended the invitation with a sincere expression. Faced with such a warm invitation, the Devers could not refuse immediately. Fortunately, Strompoli behind him sneered again. Master Devers is now the life consul of Amandalora. His visit to other cities is no longer his personal matter. It needs to be discussed and decided by the Senate. All right, we will wait for the decision of Amandalora's Senate, but the Turi people will blame us again. Kunigarada looked disappointed. Then he said, now Tali and Amandara are actively rebuilding after the war. As long as Amandara needs anything, Tali is willing to do its best to help. As soon as Kunigarada's voice trailed off, Strompoli stood up and said loudly, Amandalora does not need any help from Turi, because if it accepts, it may pay a greater price for Turi next time. Kunigarada's expression did not change. Without even looking at Strompoli, he said to the Devers, Who is in charge of Amandalora? The Devers smiled and said, Let's start the meeting. The Amandalora emissaries heard this and immediately sat up straight. Kunigarada saw this, and his heart skipped a beat. Anchitanos was the first to speak. Everyone, we all know that Turi and Amandalora have been allies for 41 years. The previous alliance agreement has not expired yet. Of course, Turi and Amendolara should continue our previous alliance. Strompoli wanted to speak again, but Cornelis immediately stopped him and shook his head at him sternly. Strompoli held his breath and spat on the ground. Amendolara also agrees to renew the alliance with Turi. As soon as Antonio said this, the Turi all looked happy. But there is a condition. That is, it must not harm the interests of Tarentum. In other words, if Tarentum and Turi go to war, Amendolara will stand on Tarentum's side. As soon as Antonio's finished speaking, the Turi emissaries were in an uproar. You are violating the oath you made to the gods. Please remember, the alliance agreement between Turi and Amendolara has not expired. Therefore, you have already violated the agreement by privately contacting Tarentum and signing an agreement. Considering the many years of friendship with Amendolara, we do not intend to bring this up in this meeting for the time being. You think we are weak and can be bullied. How dare you make such a shameless request? Neoncius stood up and shouted angrily. Please also remember, Turi. When Turi violated the oath and did not send reinforcements to save the fallen Amendolara, the former Amendolara died the day it was occupied by the Lucanians. The newly born Amendolara in front of you. If there is anything that they owe the Turi, I believe that the people of Amendolara have already repaid after being imprisoned for more than half a year. But what the Turi owe Amendolara, have they repaid it? In Amendolara's most difficult time, Tarentum gave Amendolara the greatest help. Therefore, Amendolara has no way to repay it. We can only offer our greatest sincerity. What did Turi give Amendolara, other than letting Amendolara's city fall and the people be imprisoned? The Dever's words were like sharp daggers that made Neoncius speechless. Chapter 126. Upon hearing this, many of the Turii emissaries turned pale with fright. Kunigarata had no choice but to suggest that the Turris should discuss this in private before making a decision. Devers nodded in agreement. Seeing that the Turris had walked away, he turned around and gave Strompoli a thumbs up. Master Strompoli, what you said was great. I meant what I said. Strompoli said with his eyes wide open. That's what I want. Devers smiled. Strompoli smiled too. He had finally vented his anger in front of the Turris today. Everyone, it seems that Amendolara has reached an alliance agreement with Tarentum, and Amendolara must have gotten Tarentum's consent to make such a condition. If we don't agree to this condition, this meeting will not continue, Kunigarata said solemnly. Then let's not talk anymore. Anyway, the threat of the Lucanians has been resolved. We don't need to suffer Amendolara's anger anymore. Neoncius said angrily. A year ago, Amendolara had treated the Turris' emissaries with great respect. Now he was pointing at the Turris' general and shouting at him. Neoncius could not bear the huge change in attitude. He said with hatred, Damn Tarentum. I thought they were helping the Turris, sincerely. I didn't expect them to play dirty tricks in the dark. Ansatanos said helplessly, Who asked us to be defeated? A weak city-state cannot be respected. This is the law of history. We have all received news that the Brudi have stopped the war with the Crotone. Someone in the Crotone's council has mentioned the issue of us tampering with the old city of Sybaris. This must alert us. Once they attack us, we will be in a dangerous situation with the hostile Amendolara behind us. Besides, we also know that the Lucanians are very vengeful. After this battle, we don't know when they will recover. But once they recover and invade again, we, the Turris, will be the ones standing at the front. Can we defeat them? Don't you need Amendola's help? Ansatanos's words worried the others. Neoncius snorted but didn't say anything else. In fact, the key to this question is whether Tarentum has the ambition to encroach on our Turii. Kunigarata reminded everyone as he analyzed seriously. I don't think Tarentum has this intention. Otherwise, they would not have tried so hard to advocate the establishment of the great Hellenic Defense Alliance against the indigenous people. If they want to encroach on Turii, I'm afraid Crotone, Silatina, and the other city-states will join forces with us to oppose them. The alliance will collapse, and their efforts over the years will be in vain. And even if they occupy our city-states and support a puppet government that is close to them, they will lose more than they gain, because they will have to face three powerful enemies: the Masapi in the southeast, the Lacanians in the northwest, and the Crotone alliance in the southwest. Once the Lacanians or Crotone invade, as the mother state, Tarantum will not only send a few thousand people to Turiai to deal with them. So, I think Tarantum is only doing this because we have defeated them before and they want a little revenge. Since our ancestors could build the city more than 40 years ago, they can make Turiai a great Hellenic state in just a few years. As long as we bear with it for now and work together, we can definitely make Turiai rise again in a short period of time. We will definitely return the humiliation that Amandalora and Tarantum gave us, just like what our ancestors did. Master, Cunigarata is right. Cunigarata's words lifted everyone's spirits and boosted their confidence. Back at the negotiation table, the Turiai readily agreed to Amandalora's first condition. Looking at Cunigarata, the Devers knew that this somewhat gloomy old man played a big role in this. At this time, Antonio stood up again and said, "At the beginning of April, our consul Devers signed an employment agreement with the Turiai. The main content of the agreement was to assist Turiai in defending and repelling the Lacanians. The time limit was half a year. Within this half a year, regardless of whether the mission was completed or not, the Turiai had to pay the mercenaries regularly and a certain amount of grain. This is the original text of the agreement." Antonio handed the parchment in his hand to Ansatanos. According to the agreement, even if the Lacanians have been repelled, the Turiai have to continue to pay the mercenaries, and the mercenaries will continue to carry out the requirements of the agreement. Protect Turiai until the end of the half a year. Now, it is time for you to pay the salary and grain. Cunigarata nodded and was about to answer. Neonsith quickly stood up and said, "The Turiai do not intend to carry out this employment agreement." Not only was the emissary group of Amandalora in an uproar, but the Turiai were also shocked. Before they came, they had discussed this matter and felt that it was necessary to carry out the agreement. Since the Devers had become the consul of Amandalora for life, hiring the Devers was equivalent to hiring Amandalora. First of all, this could satisfy the pitiful pride of the Turiai. Most importantly, the Turiai's strength had been greatly weakened, and they actually needed the protection of the powerful mercenaries led by the Devers so that they could get through the recovery period safely. At that time, Neonsith had objected on the grounds that the treasury was empty, but in the end he was persuaded by Cunigarata. He did not expect that Neonsith would go back on his words at the critical moment, and the Turiai emissary group was caught off guard. Under Cunigarata's cold gaze, Neonsith's heart trembled, and he hurriedly dodged. Forced to the edge of the cliff because of his impulsiveness, he braced himself and continued. First of all, the original target of the contract in Tali was the mercenaries. Now that the mercenaries have become citizens of Amandara, the identity of the contracting party has changed, and hiring the public militia of a city involves more complicated interests and procedures, which is not something that can be solved with a simple employment agreement. Secondly, you should have noticed that the name of the person who signed the agreement was General Felix. Back then, he was the one who put Bucos in charge of recruiting mercenaries. When this agreement was brought back to the Tali City Hall, most of the generals expressed opposition to the contents of the agreement. In the end, it was Felix who forcefully passed the agreement in the name of the chief general because he said that he would be responsible for half of the salary and provisions, so the agreement was signed with his name alone. Now, he and his family have almost all died on the battlefield, so buffed. The Turiai are not only selfish, but also untrustworthy and shameless. They even slandered the old men who fought for the Turiai to the death. Stromboli cursed again, which made the Amendalarans feel better and the Turiai feel ashamed. Seeing that Cunigarata was whispering something to Ansatanos, the Devers quickly turned around and winked at Marigi. Marigi immediately stood up and said, "We agree with your proposal to abolish this contract, but not because of your explanation. but because we don't want the Turii to raise extra taxes because of the empty treasury, which will make the already sad Turii people even more miserable. After all, Amendolara and Turii have been allies for many years. Marigi said with a compassionate expression. The Amendolarans, including Stromboli, all looked serious, which made the Turii feel even more ashamed. Cunegurata looked at Nyansith coldly, but Nyansith did not feel any sense of achievement from his successful argument. Not only do Amendolara and Turii need to defend against the same enemy in military, we should also strengthen our cooperation in trade. Marigi continued to speak with assurance, tactfully stating the terms that he had discussed with the Devers. Out of guilt, most of the Turii agreed. It was out of guilt for cancelling the contract, and at the same time, some of the terms were also beneficial to the Turii's difficulties. For example, the port in the Turii city had become overcrowded due to the influx of freemen, foreign merchant ships, and sailors over a long period of time. Accommodation was difficult and the cost was high. There were already many complaints. However, in order to win the last battle against the Lacanians, the city hall decided to recruit freemen to fight outside the city, and announced that the freemen who participated in the battle would be granted citizenship. In the end, the battle ended. The Turii were defeated, and the freemen suffered heavy casualties. In the end, the allied Lacanian tribes were annihilated. The surviving freemen who participated in the battle asked the Turii city hall to fulfill the promise. But after a discussion between the generals and the council, they concluded that the Lacanians' defeat was entirely due to the mercenaries and the reinforcements from Tarentum. The freemen did not participate in the subsequent annihilation. On the contrary, in the previous battle, the freemen were the first to retreat, leading to the defeat of the entire battle. Therefore, the freemen had no reason to ask for citizenship. Tilly's refusal made the freedmen feel dissatisfied, and a tense atmosphere began to pervade the port area. Provocations, fights, and disturbances gradually increased, and the city hall had no choice but to increase the number of patrols at the port to deter those dangerous people. The problem was that Tilly's current young and middle-aged citizens did not exceed 3,000, while the port area and the city's freedmen were much more numerous. Once a riot was caused, it would be a disaster. Therefore, the warehouses and hotels built by Amendolara could help to disperse the crowd in the Turii port, alleviate the conflict, and benefit the Turii. Chapter 127. The tourists were no longer angry. They nodded helplessly. On the way back to the city of Turis, Cunegurata rode in the front alone. Nyansith, who was following behind him, felt a chill down his spine. He wanted to stop Cunegurata several times, but he held himself back. He was able to become the general of Turis because of Cunegurata's strong support. Cunegurata suggested that Nyansith should be in charge of the treasury and trade because he was good at financial management and accounting. However, today he changed the decision that Cunegurata had made without consulting with Cunegurata. Based on his understanding of Cunegurata, the general who never showed mercy to those who opposed him must hate him very much. What should I do? Nyansith asked himself anxiously. He had fallen in love with the position of general and did not want to be kicked out. Cunegurata really hated Nyansith. In the past, he might have made the same choice as Nyansith, just like how he opposed Felice in the city hall. However, the failure of the battle had aroused the fear in his heart. He had woken up many times in his dreams because of the ferocious faces of the Licarians. After this battle, he realized how vulnerable he was. War was a completely different world from politics. His political skills were completely useless on this bloody battlefield. What was more frightening was that he realized that the tourists were only outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. Therefore, no matter how difficult the financial situation was, he had to maintain this employment agreement. As long as he strengthened his relationship with the military genius Devers in the next 6 months, he believed that the alliance between Turis and Amendolar would definitely be stable. However, Nyansith, the traitor, had ruined everything. Cunegurata was furious. At the end of the meeting, this idiot, who used to be a lowly employee of a big merchant, actually said to Ansetanos, "Since we're already allies, why bother with employment? It's a waste of money." What the hell did he know? How could an alliance and an employment have the same binding force on a Mendeler? Didn't you see that the smart young consul of a Mendeler wanted us to abandon this agreement as soon as possible? Not only did he not refute, but he also voluntarily gave up. This idiot with no political sense should not be allowed to stay in the city hall. He must be kicked out as soon as possible. Ansetanos was still angry that the Devers had rejected his request for an interview. He had been thinking about how to find a reason to come to a Mendeler after the agreement was signed and learn about the situation from the other new citizens of a Mendeler who had gone to Persia. Therefore, he did not notice the abnormality of the two generals in front and behind him. When the Devers returned home, they thought of a very important matter. They pondered for a long time, but they were still at a loss. Thus he called the assists over and said, "Now the alliance agreement with Turis is about to be signed. Preparations for the plan against Lucaria had to begin. First of all, we need to understand the current situation in the Lucaria region. Only then can we formulate the correct strategic plan and carry out targeted preparations according to the actual situation." However, the problem was that the Lucanians rarely interacted with the Taurus and Amendola. It was even more impossible now, so they could only send people to investigate. However, the Greeks are definitely out of the question. The difference in appearance is too obvious. If we send those captive Lucanians, we are afraid that they will take the opportunity to escape and leak the situation here. Sigh. This is difficult. Yasi, do you have any suggestions? The assists also thought hard for a while and suddenly laughed. "Mr. Consul, you forgot about someone. I think he is quite suitable." "Oh, who is it?" The Devers originally wanted to make a desperate attempt, but they did not expect the assists to really have a candidate. Izam, the son of the leader Dukya. The Devers finally remembered. In the Byzantine Empire, Izam was in Timizon's camp. At that time, the Dukya people were no longer useful, and everyone only treated him as an ordinary soldier. In addition, the morale of the soldiers was unstable, so no one cared about his movements. However, the Devers vaguely remembered that someone told him that Izam later joined his mercenary army, and he was in Hieronymus's company. Now that he thought about it, Izam was very curious, smart, and had a strong ability to learn languages. This left a certain impression on the Devers. Moreover, he also grew up in the mountains. "Does he look like a Lucanian?" the Devers asked uncertainly. "More like," the assist said with certainty. "His height and body shape are quite similar, but his hair color is slightly different. However, this can be done with makeup. Most importantly, he married a Lucanian woman as his wife, and he can learn the language and habits from his wife." "Oh, just like you." The Devers relaxed after finding a suitable candidate. He joked, "I didn't expect you to really marry a Lucanian girl, and she is really Bagul's sister." This time, it was the assists who was a little shy and didn't say anything. "What does she look like? Don't tell me she's like her brother?" the Devers asked curiously with a smile. She's okay." The assists mumbled in embarrassment for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. "Okay, then she's not bad." The Devers knew his herald better than anyone else. He said with certainty, "Vespa is the leader of the entire tribe. Of course, he would choose the most beautiful woman in the tribe as his wife, and his daughter would definitely not be bad. As for Bagul, he's a crooked beauty." The Devers continued to tease, "But your brother-in-law is also very impressive. Even with his looks, the most beautiful woman in Amendola still can't forget him, and she's willing to wait for him for 5 years." Seeing that the assists didn't say anything and only smiled, the Devers said, "Yasi, let me give you a suggestion. You'd better be understanding and tolerant, learn from your wife, and get to know the Lucanians seriously. Maybe one day, when you have enough power, I will really send you to Lucania." "Master Devers, can we really take over Lucania?" I heard from my wife that there are 5 to 6 main towns in Lucania City, hundreds of tribes, and a population of more than 100,000. The assists asked worriedly and doubtfully. As long as you dare to think about it, prepare carefully and plan correctly, everything is possible. The Devers encouraged him, confidently. The assists was deep in thought. The Devers said, "Go and call Izam here." "Yes. Wait." The Devers remembered something and stopped the assists who was about to leave the living room. "I have an important task for you. I need to keep abreast of the movements of the surrounding city-states, such as Tarantum, Turiai, Heraclea, Clotho, and so on. Some of the new laws and changes they have made in trade, politics, and military, as well as the situation of the people in the city-states and so on. Someone needs to organize manpower to collect information, summarize, and report to me in time so that we can formulate corresponding laws and measures according to the situation of the neighboring states and time. You will be in charge of this in advance. If you need money and manpower, I will supply it to you." "Yes, Master Devers." The assists agreed without hesitation. The Devers saw that he was very enthusiastic and reminded him, "Doing this kind of city-state intelligence gathering is a complicated but huge work that requires patience and meticulousness. You have no experience at the beginning. You can start from Turiai." The Devers carefully told the assists about some of the principles and experience of intelligence gathering that he saw in books and on the internet in his previous life. The assists listened carefully and remembered. He was very excited because this was the first time he was in charge of a specific matter independently. It was obviously more interesting and important than being a herald who only called people and conveyed orders. Izam and his Lucanian wife were working in the fields. As a Dukian mountaineer, Izam did not have the traditional Greek custom of not allowing a housewife to show her face in public. When his new wife asked to go with him to work in the fields, he not only agreed, but was also delighted. In Dukia, when there was a shortage of manpower, women had to go out hunting or even fighting with javelins. His wife took the initiative to work with him, which meant that she had already integrated into this new family. So of course Izam was happy. Although on the way to the farmland, the people of the city-state looked at them strangely, he was still in high spirits and constantly communicated with his wife in stammering Lucanian. As Izam joined the mercenary army very late, the land that he was assigned to was not very good. Not only was it only 5 acres of land, but it was also far from the river and closer to the mountains. The quality of the land was not high either. Fortunately, when he chose to be a guide for the Greeks, he expressed his desire to go out and explore the world to his strict father, Comoros. The leader of Dukia gave him a lot of money, and now he could finally put it to use. At the suggestion of a good comrade, he bought 3 slaves from Tarantum in one go. 2 Egyptian slaves were responsible for plowing the land for him, and 1 Greek slave was responsible for herding cattle and sheep for him. After all, his land was close to the mountains, which was more convenient for herding. The mountains were public property of the city of Amendolara, and anyone could go in and out to graze. However, felling of trees required the approval of the city-state's treasurer, and a certain fee was also charged according to the situation. This was a bill proposed by the Devers, and it was discussed and passed by the Senate, mainly to prevent indiscriminate cutting of trees. In fact, if it was not for Christoia opening a bank and providing loans at low interest rates, many of his comrades would have to borrow money from him. Chapter 128. Because he often went to the Devers' camp to convey the Devers' orders, many people were familiar with him. So when assists shouted from the ridge, Izam immediately dropped his farming tools and ran over. Assists looked at this unconventional Dacian and couldn't help but laugh. Izam, why are you working so hard? You even dragged your wife with you. In 2 days, we'll have our first military training. I heard that this training will be very strict, and after the training, the judge will teach everyone a very interesting game. I have to finish my farm work quickly so that I can focus on the training, Izam said as he wiped his sweat with his shirt. Assist said half-jokingly, Not bad, you're already doing a good job. You're more like a Greek than us Greeks. Wizam laughed and took Assist's words as a compliment. It's easy to work, but it's a bit troublesome to get water. You have to waste a slave just to fetch water. He complained. I heard that Master Devers asked Alexis to gather carpenters to discuss building a water wheel. After it's built, it'll be placed by the river. That way, the water from the Sinny River can flow directly to the higher ground like yours, Assist said in a low voice, showing off a little. Oh, there's such a magical thing. What does the water wheel look like? Wizam asked curiously. I heard Master Devers say that it looks like a wheel. You can ask Master Devers about the specifics. Assist shrugged, indicating that he wasn't too sure. How would I dare ask the judge? When he first became a mercenary guide, he often saw Devers. At that time, he was curious about this young man who could become the leader of a mercenary group. But as Devers led the mercenary group to victory again and again, Devers became more and more important in his heart. In addition, there were rumors in the army that he was a god's chosen one. There were even rumors that Devers were the blood of Hades. This made the more ignorant and god-worshipping Dikai's Yism look at this young leader with awe. When he was in Byzantium, when the Devers asked the mercenaries to follow him to Greece, even though it was thousands of kilometers away from his hometown, Isam still followed without hesitation. He believed that following the Son of God was not a bad thing. Now you have a chance. Sir Devers wants to see you, said Assist with a smile. Really? Isam asked in surprise. Of course it's real. Do you think I would dare to use the name of Sir Devers to joke with you? As soon as Assist finished speaking, Isam cheered. Without wiping his face or patting the dust, he shouted a few words to his wife in Lucanian. Then he ran towards the direction of Amandalra. Isam, we meet again. I heard that the Senate has given you a house and a field. You even got a wife. How are you doing? Are you used to it? Do you cry because you miss your hometown? As soon as they met, Devers asked about Isam with concern. This made him relax. He excitedly told Devers about his experience during this period of time. Devers listened carefully and finally said, You see, Greeks, Dikaeans, and Lucanians can live together well, like a big family, right? Yes, Sir Consul. Isam plucked up his courage and said, As far as I know, many of my teammates who married Lucanian women said that they found a good wife. Even though they can't speak Greek, nor do they know how to weave, make bread, or command the slaves to work, but they are all working hard. They can even take the initiative to help their husband with the heavy work, and the way they express their feelings is very passionate. They even dare to do all kinds of things with their husband at night. Towards the end of Isam's speech, even though it was a little vulgar, Devers laughed. Yes, we Greek women are too traditional and conservative. Both sides should learn from each other. Isam saw that Devers was so easygoing and he became braver. He said, It's just that these Lucanian women miss their families very much. They hope that their families can regain their freedom as soon as possible. Devers's happy expression did not change. In fact, he was very happy to see such a situation happen. Don't worry, the city doesn't have any relatives who mistreat them, and they are taking good care of them. As long as they can abide by the agreement, they will be able to regain their freedom by the time we set them. As long as they perform well, the time will be shortened. You can go back and tell your wife to tell the other Lucanian women that the city will arrange for them to meet their families after some time. I will, Sir Consul. Isam nodded. I called you here today to ask if you are willing to complete a mission? Devers finally got to the point. He looked at Isam and said in a deep voice, We need to understand the situation in Lucania City, but we have no idea what is happening there. I need someone to sneak in and gather information. Assists recommended you to me. I am willing to go. Isam answered without hesitation. Devers did not expect him to agree so quickly. He reminded him again, this is a very dangerous mission. It might even be life-threatening. Don't you want to reconsider? I am sure. Although Isam yearned for the prosperity of the outside world, The strict rules of the army always made him feel a little uncomfortable. He liked the feeling of running freely in the mountains and the excitement of quietly approaching prey. Now, there was a good opportunity in front of him. But, Sir Consul, please give me some time to prepare. There is no hurry. You can prepare carefully. As long as you successfully return from Lucania, I will set up a mountain reconnaissance team with you as the captain. Also, after you leave, I will also ask Christoia to pay attention to your family situation and solve your family's difficulties at any time. Dever's promise and care made Izam grateful and excited. He said loudly, Sir Consul, don't worry. I will successfully find out the news in Lucania and come back safely. Please keep the position of the reconnaissance team captain for me. Okay. Devers liked confident subordinates. Setting up a reconnaissance team was something he had been thinking about for the past few days. After all, the Apennine Peninsula was mountainous, which limited the reconnaissance cavalry. A mountain reconnaissance team that could easily cross the mountains and observe the situation would be of great help to Amendola's army. Bagul was leading his people to build warehouses and hotels for Amendola. They were divided into several groups. One was responsible for cutting down trees, one for grinding stones, and one for compacting the foundation. There were more than a dozen craftsmen in the city. Some were instructing the Lucarian slaves in building the foundation, while others were doing surveys. Alexis and Heraclid were supervising the progress of the construction while looking at the blueprints. Heraclid was an apprentice of Hippodamos, the famous engineer in Greece. When he was young, he had participated in the design and construction of the city of Turin with his teacher. His biggest regret was that he could not stay in Turin. If he had, he would have been one of the first citizens of Turin. However, when he returned to Athens with his teacher, Pericles' political enemies accused his mistress, Aspasia, of taking bribes during the construction of the Parthenon. Hippodamos was somehow implicated, and his teacher was imprisoned. He was expelled from Athens and returned to his hometown in despair. In the end, the Peloponnesian War broke out, and his hometown was caught in the chaos of war. Life became difficult. 20 years later, he and his wife and son escaped from his hometown, which had been occupied by Sparta. They came to the relatively peaceful mainland of Greece, to Turin, which he had once worked for. However, the current Turin was no longer the Turin that needed a large number of immigrants and talents when it was first built. The city hall refused to accept him as a citizen of the city, and the penniless Heraclid had no choice but to stay at the port. He stayed there for more than 20 years. During these 20 years, he and his son built houses for others, repaired the city walls, and made a living. He gradually gained some fame and saved some money. However, he was still a free man living under someone else's roof, living in a crowded and damp shack. He had no land and no status. At this time, he was already old, and his wife had passed away a few years ago. He did not have many requirements for life. His only regret was that his son, Heraclid Jr., was still young and had completely inherited his skills. He should have had a brighter future. Just as he was worrying about his son's future day and night, a stranger walked into the simple wooden house he shared with someone else. Because it was only a few days ago, he could still clearly remember the conversation. "Who is Heraclid?" "That's me. Who are you? I heard that you were once an apprentice of Hippodamos, and you even built the city of Turin." "Yes, that's the truth. I never lie." "Then are you willing to accept Amendolar's employment and be responsible for supervising the construction of some projects? The salary will be 50 silver drachmas a month." "What kind of projects?" "I'm not too sure. When you go, Amendolar's construction manager, Alexis, will tell you. At the same time, he also told me to tell you that if you do a good job and have a talent for construction, he will recommend you to the Consul Devers and let you become a citizen of Amendolar." Immediately, he could hear the people behind him talking in envy. Chapter 129. Amendolara. Heraclid had once been there to help a family build a courtyard. Recently, the name of Amendolara frequently appeared in the mouths of the free people of the port of Turia, the mercenaries who had wiped out the Lucanian tribal army and won their fame had all become citizens of Amyndolara. Their leader, the Devers, had even become consul. They had also turned the slaves who followed them into free people, and it was said that they would give them citizenship in the future. These days, with the resumption of trade with Amyndolara, many things that happened in Amyndolara recently spread among the free people of Turia. Some magical things that the lower class of Turia did not even dare to think about had happened there. The originally numb and peaceful lives of the free people and even the slaves in Tulisai were like a big, lively fish thrown into the water, stirring up the silt and sand that had been deposited under the calm surface of the water for many years. Even the experienced Heraclid could not help but be tempted. Since it was an invitation from Amyndolara, there should be no problem with their promise, right? Thus, Heraclid asked eagerly, "Can I bring my son?" His talent in construction is no less than mine. Of course. Under the envious gazes of others, he and his son hurriedly packed their luggage and followed the man to Amyndolara. When he saw Alexis, the first thing she said made Heraclid excited. "I am Alexis, the supervisor of construction in Amyndolara. I am responsible for the construction, maintenance, and supervision of all buildings in the city. There is no supervisor in any other city in Greece. This shows how much importance Amyndolara places on construction. As long as you have the talent in this area, we will put you in an important position." Feeling the importance Amyndolara placed on construction, Heraclid's old heart began to rekindle his youthful passion for construction. Heraclid's first task was to design and build warehouses and hotels. This was not difficult for him. His plan was quickly approved by the Senate. Then he and his son led a dozen craftsmen and nearly 1,000 Lucanian slaves to start construction under the city of Amyndolara. Although Heraclid was a skinny old man, he was full of energy and meticulous in his work. Every day he would wander around the various construction sites, supervising the speed of construction and checking the quality of the project. If he found any slack in the work, he would severely criticize it. If the operation was improper, he would immediately correct it. He would even personally demonstrate it. If there was any deviation in the measurement, he would immediately retest it until it was accurate. The craftsmen and slaves were both respectful and afraid of this old man. Today, Alexis found Heraclid, handed him a roll of sandpaper, and said, "This is the next construction task, to build a road from the Cini River crossing to the city of Amyndolara, and then to the Saraceno River crossing. You go ahead and make the preparations. His Excellency, the consul, requested that the road be built like the one he drew." Your consul knows everything. Heraclid couldn't help but reply. As a craftsman who had been engaged in construction for many years, he had his own persistence and pride. What he hated most was being told by ignorant people. "Take a look at the magistrates' blueprints first," Alexis reminded him. The ignorant bystander was the only life consul of Amyndola. He was the key person directly related to whether he and his son could become citizens of the city. Heraclid suddenly thought of it and broke out in a cold sweat. Decades of suffering had bent his back. He thought, as long as the magistrate's design is not too out of line, I'll just make some slight changes and do as he wants. At this moment, survival won over nobility. He unrolled the roll of sandpaper and casually glanced at it. Unexpectedly, his eyes seemed to be glued and couldn't be pulled out. Alexis saw that he was looking at it seriously and smiled. She got up and looked around. The construction site was dusty, and the craftsmen and slaves were working in full swing. He hadn't been here for 2 days, and the entire construction site had changed greatly again. This made him excited. At this speed, can it be completed in half a year? Half a year. Only 4 months will be enough. If those Lucanians are a little smarter, 3 months will be enough, Heraclid said without raising his head. Looks like you're not very satisfied with these slaves. Alexis laughed. They don't know anything about construction. I don't know how much I've talked to them, but my voice is hoarse. If I'm not satisfied, can you give me another batch? Heracles complained. You know that's impossible. However, the Lucanians aren't as scary as I thought. Perhaps you can say that they're more afraid of you, which is why they're so obedient. Heracles sighed. Only those who had experienced the chaos of war knew what was the most important safeguard in troubled times. These Lucanians aren't afraid of us. It's mainly because Sir Devers's method is working, Alexis exclaimed. At the mention of the Devers, Heracles' gaze turned back to the blueprint. He pointed at the design on the paper and said seriously, the construction of the road that Sir Consul drew is more complicated than usual. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. First, the dirt road is compacted, then a layer of silt, then a layer of gravel, and finally a tightly knit slate. Ditches are dug on both sides of the road, and a wall is built around the ditches. I can imagine that if this road is built, not only will it be waterproof and sandproof, but it will also be sturdy and tough. Even a cart carrying goods won't be able to damage it easily. I've never seen a road like this before. It's an amazing design. If this is your consul's idea, then he's an amazing road builder. This time, Heracles was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Alexis was already numb to the Devers' miracles. Since Heracles approved of the blueprint, he was relieved. He said, So, you agree to build the road according to the blueprint? Of course. I also want to see what the finished road looks like as soon as possible, the wrinkled old man said excitedly. But then he pointed at a paragraph on the paper and asked doubtfully, We all know that the mortar used for construction is made by mixing limestone with water and then adding sand. But this blueprint emphasizes that the mortar used to join the gaps between the slates is not only made of limestone mixed with water and sand, but also a certain amount of volcanic ash. Sir Consul called it mud. Is it really useful? The citizens of Amendalar all know that Sir Consul Devers is favored by Hades. This must be another inspiration from Hades. I believe that after you try it, you'll understand the magic of this thing, Alexis said seriously. You're right. How will we know if we don't try? Heracles was interested. I remember that there are many volcanoes on Sicily and its nearby islands. Legend has it that in ancient times it was the place where the fire god Hephaestus forged his weapons. We can send a ship to fetch a load of volcanic ash. It shouldn't cost much. Heracles, Alexis suddenly became serious. Based on your and your son's previous performance, Sir Consul Devers proposed a motion. After the Senate of Amendalar's approval, you and little Heracles have become probationary citizens of the city of Amendalar. During the 2-year probation period, if you perform well and continue to contribute to Amendalar, you will become official citizens of Amendalar. Congratulations. Heracles was stunned. He moved his dry lips, but no words came out. In the blink of an eye, tears flowed down his face. Alexis was touched and her tone softened. As a probationary citizen of Amendalar, you must know that Sir Consul Devers has repeatedly told me that the method of making cement is the highest secret of the city of Amendalar. Other than you and your son, no one else can know about it. If it is leaked, the Senate will send a censor to hold you responsible and may punish you severely. I hope you can think of a way to use it and protect its secret. Heracles immediately became nervous. He hurriedly stuffed the blueprint into his pocket. It was the second time for the 18-year-old Arsenes to participate in military training. As a young adult, it was also the second time in his life to participate in military training. In the past, he only learned how to hold a shield and wield a spear under his father's guidance. The rest of the time, he was either learning to read or training in the arena with other friends. His life had changed dramatically since the war between Turi and the Lucanians. His father had been killed in battle. His mother had died of illness in captivity, and Arsenes, at the age of 18, had inherited the family fortune. According to the City-State Military Service Act, which was promulgated after the Devers became life consul, adult citizens of the city must participate in military training every 6 days during the busy farming season, and every 3 days during the slack farming period after the autumn harvest and before the spring sowing. Arsines could not wait to learn the skills, so that he could defeat the Lucanians and avenge his parents on the battlefield as soon as possible. But the first training was beyond his imagination, except for the football game taught by the consul, which was very interesting. The rest of the training was not only arduous, but also boring. Chapter 130. The instructor had told Arsines that the process of fighting in war was very short. Most of the time was spent on marching and camping, so a well-trained Amendolan militia had to first adapt and learn how to march. Arsines trusted his instructor, who was said to be a famous warrior in the army. He followed the method taught by his instructor to control his pace and regulate his breathing to conserve his strength. During the march, he also saw groups of Lucanian slaves carrying freshly cut tree trunks pass by them. In the past, he would have expressed his anger by cursing and throwing stones, but now he would not do so. On the one hand, he had adapted to the existence of these people. These slaves were the property of the city-state, and they were creating wealth for the city-state. Hurting them would not do him any good, and he would be punished instead. On the other hand, the instructor told them that this was the performance of the weak, and the real strong had to defeat their enemies on the battlefield. Arsines wanted to be a truly strong man. The 5-kilometer armed march was over, but it was not over yet. After a short rest, the recruits began the charge training. This was a training program that Arsines found slightly exciting. The fully armed recruits first lined up in a dense square formation, and when the drum sounded, they began to march. The drums went from slow to fast, and the recruits' speed gradually changed from a brisk walk to a jog. Finally, while running, they had to cross narrow trenches and cross ridges, so some recruits fell from time to time. The hardest part of the charge training was to maintain the formation while running. No one could stand out too much or fall too far behind, so that the square formation could rush to the target as a whole. The recruits often failed to attend to one thing and lose sight of another. An instructor on the sidelines kept scolding them. After the charge training, the recruits' hands and feet were all sore. Guns, shields, and helmets were thrown aside, and they fell to the ground, panting. But the training was not over yet. The instructor kicked and pulled, driving the recruits to the Cisno River. The next training was swimming, which was a favorite of Arsines and the recruits of the old citizens of Amendolar. Although Amendolar was a mountain city, there were many rivers in the territory, so the citizens all knew how to swim. Arsines and the others cheered, quickly took off their equipment, and plunged into the water. The cool water immediately took away the heat brought by the training, washed away the sweat and dust, and eliminated physical fatigue. Arsines and the others swam in the water for a while before coming ashore. At this time, the recruits had something to watch. Many of the arrogant veterans who looked down on them clumsily learned to swim in the river. It was a fact that the Greeks were a seafaring people, and most of them could swim. But some cities were located in the mountains and inland, and there were few rivers. Naturally, the people did not have the opportunity to learn to swim since they were young, such as Thessaly. Although the veterans were clumsy and kept choking, they still persisted in practicing. Arsines laughed, and then stopped. He remembered what the instructor had said when explaining the importance of swimming. When they were in Persia, they had to march with difficulty while fighting with the Persia. On the way, they had to pass through many mountains and rivers. Some of his comrades did not know how to swim, so they had to cross the river under the enemy's arrows. They slipped and fell into the river and drowned in vain. So in war, soldiers would encounter all kinds of unexpected situations, so it was best to learn all kinds of combat skills so that they could protect themselves and kill the enemy. At this time, a loud cheer came from the front, awakening Arsines from his thoughts. "What's wrong?" he asked his teammate who was looking down the river. "I heard that the Archon is swimming with the Persians." The one who answered was Melisande. His father had also died in the war, and his mother, who was in her 30s, had just married the new senator of the Senate, military affairs officer Felicius. Melisande was only 16 years old and had not reached the age to serve, but he stubbornly insisted on participating in the training. His purpose was the same as Arsene's. His adoptive father Felicius had no choice but to go to the Devers. The Devers specially allowed him to participate in the training, but he could not go to the battlefield until he was an adult. Because Arsene's was close to him and was the youngest in the camp, they became good friends. The Archon also came to swim. Arsene's was surprised. The Devers always asks others to do it, but he has to do it himself first. He is training with the veterans, so you don't usually see him. The instructor's voice sounded in his ear. Arsene's nodded and ran downstream excitedly. "Wait for me," Melisande shouted. The two of them squeezed through the crowd with all their might. Then they saw 5 people paddling with all their might amidst the rapid beating of the drums in the river. One of them was paddling with his bare hands, his body tilting left and right. He was swimming like a big fish in a way that the two of them had never seen before, leaving the others far behind. When the drums stopped, the man stood up, the Cisno River up to his waist. He was the Archon of the Devers. Arsene's had seen him at the referendum before. At this time, the Devers smiled and said, "Who else wants to come down and compete?" The soldiers who had been cheering loudly immediately quieted down. Seeing no response, the Devers turned around and hugged the other contestants, ready to go ashore. Melisande suddenly pushed Arsene's, and Arsene's rushed out of the crowd. Facing the eyes of the crowd, he shouted in a hurry, I'll do it." The soldiers were in an uproar. "It's a child." There was regret in their words. "What's wrong with a child? Lord Devers is only a few years older than us," Melisande retorted. The crowd was speechless. "Well said, Melisande. Ambition does not depend on age." The Devers smiled at Melisande. "Because of Felicius." He recognized this young man. Then he focused his eyes on Arsene's. "It is often the young who dare to challenge." Arsene's walked up to the Devers nervously. The Greeks of this era were beautiful in the nude, so they naturally swam naked. The Devers were medium-sized and well-proportioned. His eyes were particularly sharp, but at the moment they were covered by a smile on his face. The Devers was also looking at Arsene's. He smiled and said, "I don't think I've seen you before. Are you a recruit?" "Yes, Lord Consul. My name is Arsene's, son of Elidres." Arsene's said nervously, I may not swim as fast as you, but I am willing to compete with you." The Devers praised him loudly. "As a soldier, you must have this kind of courage to fight. We, the soldiers of Amendalar, should and must have this kind of fighting spirit." When the Devers finished, the soldiers on the shore shouted in unison, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" In such an atmosphere, Arsene's was suddenly not nervous, and his heart was full of strength. Of course, the result of the competition was that he lost. The Devers patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Train well, you will become a warrior." Arsene's nodded vigorously. It was strange. The Devers was only 2 years older than him, but he felt like a respectful elder talking to him. "Who is your instructor?" The Devers asked again. "Matones. Oh, that guy." The Devers smiled. "You will be happy to train under his guidance because he is very protective, but you will also feel pain because he is strict, especially for you." This last sentence made Arsene's confused. The Devers looked up and shouted to the soldiers around him, "Brothers, can I swim fast?" "Quick, do you want to learn?" "Yes, I will write down the main points of my swimming movements and add it to the training section of the military law. You will practice according to this in the future. I hope you can learn it as soon as possible." After the swim, the sun was already in the middle of the sky, and it was time to eat. Traditionally, the Greeks only ate 2 meals a day, but the Devers thought that the soldiers had trained too hard and consumed too much energy, so they had to eat at noon to complete the day's training. The soldiers took out the bread and cheese they had brought from home, while the military officer, Felicius, led his subordinates and slaves to provide each soldier with a bowl of mutton soup with meat. The money from selling the mutton was now paid from the disabled soldiers' fund in the weapon shop. In the future, the money from selling other items, except for weapons, would go to the Ministry of Military Affairs, so that the training expenses could be settled. Arsenes bit the bread and drank the steaming mutton soup, feeling his whole body gradually regaining strength. He said, "Melisande, I heard the old people say the consul is too powerful. All the laws and regulations are decided by him alone, and he doesn't give others a chance to discuss it. He wants to be a dictator. Today it seems that the consul is quite easygoing." Melisande, who was next to him, curled his lips and said, "Don't listen to those old people. They are just jealous, because Lord Devers and the others have just become consul and senator of the Senate as soon as they became citizens of Amandara. But they have the ability. Otherwise, do you think the tourists would have begged us to sign an equal alliance agreement? It's all because of them. Otherwise, they would have sent messengers to condemn us. I also hope that Lord Devers can be more forceful, not like before, when the Senate discussed a matter for a long time. Look at how much Amandara has changed now." "You're right." Arsenes took a big gulp of mutton soup and looked up at Melisande. "It seems that you get along well with your adoptive father." Chapter 131. Like the instructor. Arsenes laughed. "If that's the case, you won't be able to stay at home. Melisande, get up and go jogging. Melisande, don't eat, practice with me. Melisande, hold the stone and run 10 laps around the courtyard." Arsenes imitated Matonis's tone and said exaggeratedly, "Arsenes, do you want me to tell what you just said to the instructor and see who will run 10 laps with the stone?" Melisande pretended to threaten. Arsenes repeatedly begged for mercy, and Melisande finally let him go. Arsenes asked again, "Are we really going to attack Lucania? Are we training so hard just to defend against Amandara?" Melisande said disdainfully, "It's a waste of our strength. Hey, do you think—" Arsenes became excited. "If we really conquer the land of Lucania, can I find a Lucanian woman as my wife? I've seen a lot of Lucanian wives of the new citizens these days, and they're very good, tall and plump, and they can do heavy work. They're different from our Greek women. It's too early for you to think about this." Melisande asked in surprise, "I'm not like you, with an empty house and I'm alone." Arsenes's voice lowered. "Then let's practice our killing skills together, conquer the Lucanians together, marry Lucanian women, and have a bunch of children." Melisande quickly encouraged him. "Yes, let's work hard together." Arsenes and Melisande's hands clasped tightly together. After lunch, the recruits did not rest for long. Soon, Arsenes and the others were gathered again. The training in the afternoon began with practicing individual fighting techniques. However, it was not a random one-on-one fight. Instead, it was a group of 3. They held a round shield in their left hand. It was supposed to be a simple and crude wooden shield made of thicker wood, but there was no time and manpower to make it, and in their right hand they held a long wooden stick that was heavier than a spear. Arsenes found that the wooden stick in his hand was thicker, and his teammates had changed from Melisande and another young teammate to 2 stronger teammates. He cast a puzzled look at the instructor, who was supervising on the sidelines. Matonis looked at him and said sternly, "If you want to be a warrior, then you have to train harder." Arsenes now understood what the consul meant. He didn't argue and just accepted it silently. At the start of the training, Arsenes was the first to attack. With a roar, he held the round shield in his hand and used all his strength to hit the enemy in front of him. Bang! The enemy staggered. He immediately used the wooden stick dipped in lime powder in his right hand to stab the round shield in the hands of another enemy, who was hiding behind the enemy. He had to stab fast, otherwise the enemy in front of him would quickly stand firm and block his attack route. Everyone took turns to attack and block. After 10 rounds of attacks, they rested for a while and then began to stride and stab practice. That was with a round shield and a long wooden stick in hand, They had to accurately hit the head of the human-shaped target in front of them with each step. The person whose wooden shield was hit the most would have to train twice as much. After 10 rounds of practice, they rested for a while and continued the training. It was still a group of 3, but this time the long wooden stick was replaced with a short wooden stick, the length of which was the same as the length of the saber. Arseni's wooden stick was thicker. This time he didn't have any doubts. The training was still to hit the round shield of the enemy in the back, but because the length of the wooden stick was much shorter, it required the attacker to use more strength to hit the enemy in front of him and occupy his position in order to stab the enemy in the back. There were also 10 rounds of practice. Then came the next round of practice, hitting the human-shaped wooden target. First of all, each recruit was required to use the wooden stick in his hand to hit the human-shaped wooden target that was assigned to him into the mud and stand straight and steady. Then the recruits held the wooden stick and the round shield and tried their best to stab the head and face of the wooden target as if they were facing a real enemy. Sometimes they would attack its ribs, sometimes they would stab its calves, and sometimes they would slash at its popliteal fossa. Under the strict requirements of the instructor, they would step back, jump forward, and do all kinds of stabbing and slashing movements. When they were done with the training, their limbs were already sore and numb, and they could not muster up any energy. At this moment, Matones spoke. "Your performance is better than the last time. It seems like you've been practicing at home every day since you went back, so you can persevere?" "Yes." The recruits answered weakly. "Very good. If you continue training like this, you will soon become a qualified Armendaler heavy infantry," Matones said with an encouraging smile. An encouraging smile appeared on Matones' face. "We'll be adding a new training program next. You'll be returning to your companies and undergoing formation training with the veterans." Not long after Matones finished speaking, a bugle sounded in the barracks. Under Matones' urging, the recruits dressed neatly and picked up their round shields and spears. Since they had been training with thick wooden sticks that were heavier than spears, they felt as light as a feather when they switched to the spears. Arsenes remembered what Drill Master Matones said when answering the complaints of the soldiers during the first training. "I let you hold a heavier stick during training, but when you are on the battlefield, you will hold a much lighter weapon in your hands. Then you will feel more relaxed, and you will be more powerful and energetic during the battle." Arsenes also remembered that when he was young, he had watched his father participate in the city militia training. There was only one training session every few months, which was to practice marching in formation under the flag, followed by one-on-one training. The training program was simple and easy, far different from the training he was undergoing now. Not only was it difficult and complicated, but it was also gradual, just like learning to read when he was young. It seemed reasonable, demanding, and heavy. No wonder the veterans could defeat the Lucanian alliance. It was said that these training methods were from the training regulations in Armendaler's new military law, mainly written by the Consul Devers. He was really an amazing man. Arsenes and Melisande were not in the same company. Before he could say goodbye to Melisande, he hurriedly looked for the 3rd Company of the 3rd Battalion that he belonged to. According to Instructor Matones, the captain of this company was called Geogres, and he used to be a comrade in the same tent with him. He was mild-tempered. He shouldn't be stricter than Instructor Matones. Why did Arsenes think so at this moment? Because after the bugle sounded, thousands of people moved together, and the training ground was filled with dust. The only thing that could be seen was the bright red and eye-catching military flags erected high on the field. Arsenes spent a lot of time looking for them, and he became more and more anxious. Finally, he found the team he belonged to by the number on the flag. As soon as the captain Trotodus saw him, he said sternly, "Soldier, you're late. Considering that this is your first time, there will be no punishment for the time being. I hope there won't be a next time." Arsenes nodded and quickly returned to his position under the guidance of the captain. At this moment, a man in his 30s came over and said kindly, "I'm Tips, your captain." "Hello, Captain." Arsenies hurriedly greeted him. Tips looked him up and down, then said, "Not bad, you're a strong lad. You're a new recruit?" "Yes." "A former citizen of Amendola?" "Yes, I guess so." "Which instructor trained you?" "Matones." "What?" "That madman." "Captain, you know Instructor Matones?" "I used to be in his company. Because of my excellent performance, the 3rd Battalion forced me to join the army. Matones didn't want to let me go, but Geogres is his good friend. So I came here and actually met you, a student of Matones. This is all the arrangement of the goddess of fortune." Tip sighed. In fact, Matones thought that he was too naggy, and when the 3rd Battalion came to ask for him, he directly recommended him. There was no need to ask him to stay. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you," Tips said seriously. "Thank you, Captain," Arsenies said gratefully. "Tips, get ready for training. Stop talking." At this moment, Trotidus shouted from the front of the squad, "Got it." Tips replied, then muttered in a low voice, "You're lucky to be a captain. If I was the first to follow Master Devers, I would have been a captain by now." Hearing this, Arsenies felt a little strange. The soldier next to him said, "Our captain likes to nag, but he's a good person." "I hope so," Arsenies thought. Due to the high intensity of the previous training, the squad training was just for the soldiers to get familiar with each other and do small marching and jogging exercises. For the soldiers of the 1st Main Company, this kind of training was just a way to recover their strength because they were too familiar with each other. For the 3rd Main Company, it was very necessary because it was a new army and the soldiers of the division were not very familiar with each other. According to the traditional military training method of the Greek city-states, the officers of the army were relatively fixed, and the soldiers were often changed. During the battle, the citizens would be summoned to the square and randomly assigned to the various squads according to order or by drawing lots. This could prevent the soldiers and officers of the same squad from sticking together and affecting the normal political order and democratic elections of the city-state. Chapter 132. The training time for the squads was not long. With the help of Septimus, Arsenies quickly integrated into the squad. Then, the squads merged into the company and went through further formation training. Arsenies and the others began to familiarize themselves with more complicated tactical instructions and flags. What rhythm of drums? What speed of marching? What bugle calls advance? What bugle calls retreat? What bugle calls charge? Also, under different drums and bugles, they had to pay attention to the direction of the squad flag. If the squad flag pointed forward, it meant that they were advancing, rushing, or charging in that direction. If the squad flag pointed backward, it meant that they were retreating, slowly retreating, or retreating in that direction. If the squad flag kept drawing circles, it meant that they were not advancing, resting on guard, or preparing. They also had to learn how to quickly form columns into horizontal lines to form a dense phalanx, and then quickly split the phalanx into columns to advance quickly. There were also some complicated tactical actions, such as the 2nd and 3rd squads defending the middle, and the 1st and 4th squads attacking from the flanks. Next was the combined training of the brigade. At this time, there were no complicated tactical instructions, but more about changing formations. For example, the fish scale formation, what the Devers called it, in fact, the chessboard formation in Rome, would quickly change into a compact phalanx, and then the phalanx would return to being a fish scale formation. The front row would retreat, and the back row would advance, forming a new large phalanx, and the phalanx would rotate left and right while maintaining a compact formation, and so on. Finally, it was the combined training of the whole army. Not only did they have to change formations in front, but they also had to coordinate with other brigades and troops. For example, when advancing, the light infantry at the back would quickly pass through the gaps in the fish scale formation and rush to the front of the formation. They would form a line of soldiers that would throw and shoot. Then, they would quickly retreat to the rear through the gaps in the formation, and the fish scale formation would quickly merge into a large phalanx. When a sharp bugle sounded, it was a signal for the cavalry on the flanks to attack. Although there were only a dozen of them, the Devers had specially prepared a tactical space for them. The light infantry that had retreated to the rear of the phalanx, i.e. the 7th Brigade, would now quickly move to the rear of the cavalry. When the cavalry charged with their spears, the light infantry would hold their wooden shields and long swords and follow closely behind in a loose formation, while the heavy infantry phalanx would slowly press forward. There were many novel offensive and defensive methods that Arsenides had never seen before, which was an eye-opener for him. At the same time, he had a headache because of the constantly changing flag commands. But with the constant reminders from the squad leader Septimus and his comrades, Arsenides did not make any big mistakes. The same was true for the other recruits. Gradually, they were able to keep up with the pace of training. When the training ended, it was still early because it was already May and the sky darkened later. At this time, the Archon Devers walked up to the makeshift podium. The tired soldiers began to get excited. Devers went straight to the point. "Brothers, what are we going to do next?" "Football. After the last practice, are you familiar with all the rules?" "We're familiar with each other." "Hurry up and start." "Then, just like last time, we'll set up 4 arenas first. It'll still be the first team from the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade versus the first team from the 1st Company of the 7th Brigade, and then the first team from the 1st Company of the 2nd Brigade versus the first team from the 1st Company of the 3rd Brigade. There will only be 4 hourglasses of time for each round. The team with the most points will be the winner, and the loser will be eliminated. The winning team will advance to the next round." When the soldiers were waiting for the consul to say the words "Begin preparing," the Devers continued, "Now I will announce a new rule. The participating team must have 5 Lucanian slaves." The soldiers were in an uproar. Capys, Dracos, Hieronymus, and the other senior officers had already been informed by the Devers in advance. They knew that this was the consul's effort to integrate the Lucanians. No one dared to refuse the Devers' order, so Bagul and the other 40 Lucanian slaves were brought to the training ground. Originally, Bagul and the others were grinding stones, but Alexis suddenly gathered them together and pointed out the 40 people led by Bagul. She said that they were the 40 slaves with the best performance today. As a reward, they would be allowed to play football with the Duke's militia of Amendola. Because most of the Lucanians did not understand Greek, it was Bagul who acted as the translator. The slaves were restless, worried that this was a plot by the Greeks to harm the 40 people. Alexis swore to God that they would be back before nightfall. Only then did Bagul, and the others were brought into the training camp uneasily and stood in front of the Greek soldiers. When most of the soldiers were at a loss for a while, Olivers, the captain of the first team of the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade, quickly made his move. He quickly picked out Bagul and the other 4 strong Lucanian slaves. Only then did the others react. In a flash, the 40 slaves were divided up by the teams participating in the first round. The Devers used a very short time to explain the rules of the game to them. Of course, it was still Bagul who acted as the translator. Then Bagul and the other 4, who did not really understand, were added to Olivers's team. The football field was a flat grassland about 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. Every 10 meters, there was a white line. In order to prevent the limestone powder from being wiped off during intense movements, there were wooden poles inserted at the intersection of the white lines on both sides. According to the Devers' requirements, the company captain could only be the coach of his team, and the team captain had to be the team's quarterback. This was because the coach had to arrange tactics according to the strengths and weaknesses of his team and the opponent, and the quarterback was the core of the team on the field. He had to change tactics according to the changes on the field and lead his team to victory. The Devers wanted to train the leadership and command ability of the team officers. He believed that in the modern competition of his previous life, football was a competition very similar to ancient cold weapons. The confrontation in the middle, the assault on the flanks. Not only could it train the strength, speed, and agility of the soldiers, it could also cultivate the unity and cooperation of the whole team. At the same time, it could also train the company captain and team captain to think calmly in the fierce competition and quickly make the correct response. This was of great benefit to the army as a whole, for the systematic, complex, multi-service, short of cavalry for the time being, composite army that Divers had created depended heavily on the abilities of the middle and lower-ranking officers in order to exert its true power. First, both sides drew lots to decide the order of attack. Oliver's was lucky to draw the first attack. Coach Antonio's began to arrange tactics for the team. Bagul, you've just arrived and are not familiar with the game yet. Watch and learn from the field first. Bagul nodded. It seemed like they were really playing a game. The soldiers around them all looked serious, and the Lucanian slaves were infected. You guys go first. After the opponent kicks off, pay attention to receive the ball. After receiving the ball, don't hesitate and immediately pass the ball to Oliver's. Oliver's, you pass the ball to the big guy and let him run with the ball. Test the opponent's strength. The others pay attention to block the opponent for him. Antonio's was arranging tactics for the players on the field. At this moment, the whistle sounded, and the referee, Drax, urged the players on both sides to go on the field. According to the rules, the captain was the referee, and there were 4 referees. Since Epitines, the captain of the 7th Brigade, was also the captain of the 1st Company, Leds, the captain of the cavalry, took over. The soldiers took off their helmets, greaves, swords, and all other metal clothing, only wearing linen breastplates to prevent injuries. At the same time, both sides prepared strips of linen dyed red and blue to bind their bodies tightly, so as to separate the 2 teams. There were 55 players on one side, plus 5 slaves, and only 11 players were needed at one time. However, rugby was a very physically exhausting sport, and the soldiers were already a little tired from training, so they had to keep changing players to maintain combat effectiveness. At Draco's order, the game began. The hourglass also began to count down. The Epitines team kicked the ball to the opponent's half of the field and immediately rushed toward the opponent. Antonio's found that the opponent had actually sent 5 slaves at the beginning of the game. Could it be that the slaves were using their greater physical strength than the soldiers to hinder their attack? Antonio's decided to watch the game first before making any adjustments. A soldier jumped up, and as soon as he received the ball, the opponent was almost in front of him. Although he was also wearing a linen breastplate, he looked like a Lucarian. The soldier holding the ball was stunned, and he was immediately caught by the opponent. Fortunately, he fell to the ground in time and pressed the ball under his body. The players on Antonio's team sighed with regret, while the other side cheered loudly. Several players excitedly went up to the Lucanian to show encouragement. An opportunity to attack was wasted just like that. According to the rules set by the Devers, the attacking side had 3 chances. During this time, they had to advance a distance of 1 wooden pole, about 10 meters, in the opponent's half of the field. After advancing, they would get 3 more opportunities to attack. Otherwise, it would be the opponent's turn to attack. Oliver's was not in a hurry. He joked, "Xenotimus, did you exercise too much with your wife last night? Is that why your hands and feet are so weak that you can't even pass the ball?" The players laughed. "Okay, brothers, this time we must let them see the strength of the strongest team in the army." According to the rules set by the Devers in the military law, the 1 in the military code was not just a number, but also a reflection of ability and honor. The 1st unit was the strongest unit in the army, and so on. The 1st unit of the 1st unit was not only the strongest of the units of the unit it belonged to, but also the strongest of all the units in the army. The soldiers roared and roused their spirits. The 2 sides lined up on the marking line where the ball was stopped. The 2 sides in the middle were facing each other, and on both sides, one side was ready to receive the ball and sprint at any time, while the other side was ready to block at any time. Chapter 133. The 2 sides pushed each other as hard as they could in the middle. The soldier on Antonio's side finally got the ball and passed it back to Oliver's, who threw it with all his might at the big man on the left, Tegthanes. As Tegthanes caught the ball, he spun and dodged the opponent who lunged at him to grab him, then charged forward with the ball in his arms. Another opponent lunged at him from the side. Xenotimus blocked the grab just in time. Tegthanes was a big man, and once he sped up, he was unstoppable. He was caught twice by his opponent, but he managed to shake him off with his powerful momentum. Seeing that he was already 2 yards away from his own half of the field, Epthanes could no longer hold back and shouted anxiously from the sidelines. At that moment, a player from the side quickly caught up and lunged with all his might, spreading his arms in the air and accurately grabbing Tegthanes' feet. Tegthanes fell to the grass like a falling pillar. Fortunately, he had the ball in his arms and did not lose it. The Epthanes players rushed up and excitedly patted the player's body. It was a Lucanian, and though he did not understand what the Greeks were saying, he sensed the gaiety and goodwill in them. And he, too, broke into a broad grin. The Lucanian in Antonio's team suddenly exclaimed, "What are they saying?" Antonio's asked Bagul, "They're calling that man's name. His name is Lidum." Bagul pointed at the Lucanian player on the field. "He's a famous warrior in our tribe and a very good hunter." Antonios nodded thoughtfully. Drax ran over and asked with concern, "How is it? Is something wrong?" Tegthanes struggled to his feet and took 2 steps to show that he was fine. Due to the strong physical nature of rugby and the high risk of injury, and the fact that Amendola could not make protective gear for every soldier, the Devers strictly stipulated that they could only use grabbing, pulling, and blocking to disrupt attacks. They were not allowed to hit, kick, or injure anyone else. Otherwise, they would be banned from the game. That was why the soldiers were afraid of being banned and were cautious in their attacks. At the same time, the Devers arranged for doctors to be on standby. "Good. Very good. Well done. We've already advanced so much. Let's work harder and get this point." Olivers clapped his hands vigorously to encourage his teammates. At the same time, he laid out a new strategy. The game started again. Olivers got the ball and threw it to Tegtinos. Tegthanes ran 2 steps with the ball. When he saw 2 opponents charging at him, he immediately threw the ball back to Olivers. Under the protection of his teammates, Olivers threw the ball to Tegtinos again. The big guy quickly threw the ball back to Olivers. Oliver made a move to throw the ball to Tegthanes for the 3rd time. But when his opponent's attention was drawn, he suddenly leaned to the side, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the ball to the front right side with all his might. Then he was tackled to the ground by his opponent. Amid the exclamations of the players on the field, the football flew 20 meters in the air and was about to fly out of the end line. One of the Antonio's players quickly rushed over, jumped up with all his might, and reached out to block the football. However, because the ball was too fast, he did not manage to catch it. Therefore, after landing on the ground, he quickly jumped up again, but he still did not manage to catch it firmly. The other party had already pounced on him and grabbed him. Amidst the cries of regret from the soldiers watching the game, Antonio's team lost their chance to attack. The slaves off the field also shouted loudly. "What are they talking about?" Antonio's asked curiously. They said, if it were them, they would definitely be able to catch this ball. Bagul explained, "We Lucarians have been walking and hunting in the mountains since we were young. We often climb high and low. When it comes to jumping, other races may not be able to compare to us." Antonios nodded and said, "It's our turn to defend next. The 5 of you will attack together." Bagul was taken aback for a moment before he became excited. After watching off the field for a while, he felt that this game was very interesting and exciting. He had long been eager to try it. "Also, I suggest that when you go back, it's best to urge your people to learn Greek. Otherwise, you won't be able to communicate during the game." Antonio was reminded with a slightly deeper meaning. The sky was getting dark. More than 800 Lucanian slaves were anxiously waiting at the construction site. Some of them were getting restless and started arguing with the soldiers who were supervising them. At this moment, the 40 slaves came back, talking and laughing. "Hey, are you guys okay?" The clansmen went up to them and asked with concern. "Don't worry, we're fine." Bagul comforted them, unable to hide the excitement on his face. "Oh my, this football game invented by the Greeks is so interesting. You guys didn't see it in the last round of the game. Bagul jumped up and caught the ball in the air. He dodged the obstruction of 2 people and directly rushed into the formation to score, helping his team win the championship." A returning slave said excitedly, "It's not rushing into the formation, it's passing the formation." Bagul corrected him. "If it wasn't for the bad teamwork of my team, we would have definitely beaten you and entered the finals." Lidum said, unconvinced, "Brother, you have to understand that your teamwork is bad because you don't understand each other. If you want to beat me next time, you must learn Greek well." Bagul warned him. Lidum thought for a moment and nodded seriously. The slaves who were waiting were confused. "What game? Competition, champion?" Then the returning slaves began to excitedly tell them about their experiences in the Amendolara training camp. The waiting slaves were curious at first, but later, many of them became interested in the game and secretly made up their minds. From now on, they would work harder at the construction site and strive to be selected next time to participate in this game that sounded very interesting. From that day onwards, the progress of various projects in Amendolara advanced by leaps and bounds. For the old citizens of Lucania, it was destined to be a sleepless night. For example, Arsenius. He could not forget the fact that his parents died at the hands of the Lucanians. However, when he advanced with the ball, the Lucanians on his team blocked the opponents for him many times and scored touchdowns for him. When he excitedly hugged his Lucanian teammates, he forgot about his hatred. When he returned home and thought about it, his heart was extremely conflicted. This was the charm of modern team sports in his previous life. When an individual integrated into the team and won through unity, any hatred and conflict in the past would be eliminated by the joy of victory. This was why the Devers forced each team to have 5 Lucanian slaves. The next morning, the Devers had breakfast and were about to go out to inspect the carpenter's construction of the elevated water wheel when they saw assists rushing in. "What happened?" the Devers asked immediately. Cunigarata has been expelled from Turiai. Now he is leading his family and people to the direction of Amendolara. Assist said, panting. "What?" The Devers were shocked. It turned out that after the signing of the alliance agreement, Cunigarata sent people to investigate the financial situation of the Turias National Treasury on the grounds of the need to formulate a new trade plan to replenish the empty national treasury. While the investigation was in progress, rumors began to spread in the city of Turiai. The hasty battle with the Lucanians was facilitated by Cunigarata. At that time, Felice and the mercenary leader strongly opposed it. Even the heroic Devers who saved the Turiai submitted a more feasible battle plan, but they were all rejected by Cunigarata. Under his urging and coercion, the old general Felice was forced to fight. During the battle, it was Cunigarata's early escape that led to the collapse of the central phalanx, and Felice died bravely in battle. The rumors quickly spread throughout the city. Since some of the rumors were true, when the skeptical citizens went to find people to verify it, they selectively chose to believe the truth. They were the families of the Devers who had died in the battle. Their sorrow had been suppressed by the Devers' victory. Now they needed an outlet, and Cunigarata was the best target. Anger erupted among the citizens. They gathered and shouted, "Cunigarata, step down! Punish Cunigarata severely!" Slogans surrounded the city hall. Seeing that things were not going well, Cunigarata sneaked home through the back door of the city hall. However, the citizens who heard the news rushed to his house and surrounded it. Cunigarata urgently ordered his family and slaves to be on guard to prevent the citizens from rushing into his house. He stood within the walls of the house and tried to explain to the angry citizens. While both sides were in a stalemate, someone suddenly shouted, "Citizens, don't forget," after Kunigarata escaped back into the city. "He forced us to close the gate." As a result, the citizens who fled could not enter the city, and more than half were killed by the Lucarians. "He's a murderer." With this reminder, many people remembered Kunigarata's neurotic shout at that time, "Quickly close the city gate." In fact, this measure had saved the lives of all the people in the city during the emergency, but the angry people did not care about this at all. They only remembered that they had watched their loved ones being slaughtered like lambs on the city wall. They hated themselves for being powerless, and of course, they hated the culprit even more. Thus, an even more intense conflict occurred. The citizens wanted to force their way into Kunigarata's house. The people in the house tried their best to stop them. The angry citizens even carried a black log and finally broke through the gate. Countless frenzied citizens rushed into the house. If it was not for Kunigarata pretending to be dead and the slaves protecting him loyally, he would have been beaten to death on the spot. Chapter 134. On this day, the people looted Kunigarata's house like a mob. One of his sons was killed, and another daughter committed suicide after being raped. Many of his clansmen and slaves were injured, and most of his belongings were taken away. The next day, the heartbroken Kunigarata could not get out of bed because of his injuries. He asked his servant to send a letter to the city hall, expressing his willingness to resign as a general. However, the people were still angry. At the same time, they were worried that Kunigarata would take revenge on them for what they did yesterday. So they continued to protest in front of the city hall, asking for an immediate citizens' assembly. General Neonesis and the others reluctantly agreed. Then the citizens' assembly was held at noon. The first topic was that the people proposed to expel Kunigarata. Most of the citizens drew agree on the pottery pieces and the proposal was passed. Therefore, Kunigarata, who served as the chief general for several years after the Peloponnesus War and helped Thurii, the new overlord of Greece, Sparta, and its allies, to avoid being hunted down by the new Greek overlord Kunigarata, was expelled from Thurii by the potsherd expulsion law, invented by the people of Athens. The second topic of the citizens' assembly was to re-elect the 9 generals. In the end, Neonesis was elected as the chief general. Bacchos was elected as the general because he successfully hired the Devers expeditionary force, and Ansatanos was rejected by the people because he defended Kunigarata when the people surrounded the city hall. When Kunigarata received the news at home, he was silent for a long time and then let out a long sigh. According to the potsherd expulsion law, he could return to Thurii after leaving for 10 years. However, he was determined to leave this sad city. After obtaining the consent of his wife, children, and clansmen, he began to pack up in the afternoon and sold his house and fields at a very low price. During this period, only Ansatanos came to visit him once. One day later, Kunigarata brought his family, some of his clansmen, and nearly 100 slaves who were loyal to him. They carried their bags and drove their carts out of the city. When the tourists heard the news, they rushed over, not to see Kunigarata off, but to vent their anger. Some even threw debris at Kunigarata and his family. His entourage lowered their heads in fear. Only Kunigarata, who was lying on the carriage due to his injuries, remained calm in the face of the angry stares. A few years ago, he had used this method to expel the tourists of Athens. Today he was in this predicament. He thought of the Asiculo-Doax family that had been expelled due to their defeat, and the Sabaris natives that had been expelled and even killed not long after the city was built. Was this Greek democracy? All of a sudden he was puzzled, until his youngest son, Dicaeocrate, woke him up. "Father, there's Neones." He looked in the direction of his son's finger. Neones was standing on top of the city gate looking down. Kunigarata, who had been in politics for many years, knew who the real mastermind was when it happened. When their eyes met, it did not arouse any more hatred in his heart. He watched quietly until he was out of the city gate. He looked back at his motherland, where he was born and raised, with a sad look on his face. He suddenly said in a low voice, "Neoness drove the beast of the peoples will to deal with me. This time I underestimated him, but with his ability, I'm afraid he can't control this beast. Sooner or later, something bad will happen." Decaocrate seemed to understand and said, "Will this bad guy be driven out of Turris?" "Who knows?" Kinigarada turned around and stroked his son's head. He looked at the unpredictable north and said nervously, "Let's go. As we discussed before, we'll go to Amendola first." When Kinigarada and his people came to the Saraceno River, they saw the consul Devers of Amendola leading a few senators and a group of guards waiting on the other side of the river. When Kinigarada heard this, he quickly asked his slaves to drive the carriage to the front of the group. Seeing Kinigarada lying on the carriage, the Devers said in a clear voice, "Master, Kinigarada, I'm glad you chose to come to Amendola. When we heard that you were coming, the Senate, after an emergency discussion, decided to grant you the citizenship of Amendola. Are you willing to accept it?" After all, Kinigarada was only driven out of the city, but his Turris citizenship was not taken away. He could still return to Turris after 10 years. During this period, he only needed to stay in another city. Amendola might be overthinking things, but when Kirigraka heard this, his slightly uneasy heart finally calmed down. He immediately expressed his gratitude to the Devers and said sincerely, "I'm very happy to become a citizen of the same city as Master Devers." His people were also relieved. Although Turris and Amendola had just signed an alliance agreement, they were afraid that Amendola would refuse to accept them due to the bad relationship between the two cities. In fact, it was precisely because of this problem that the Devers did not welcome Kinigarada with great fanfare, afraid that it would cause dissatisfaction among the old citizens. As for Kinigarada, the Devers only met him twice and did not know much about him. However, the only 2 times they met made him feel that Kinigarada's political ability was not low. From the information they received, they knew that during his tenure as chief general, Turris was able to maintain political stability and prosperity. It was a pity that, due to his lack of military ability, he lost his position as chief general and was eventually driven out of Turris. However, this was exactly what the Devers wanted. From the expulsion incident, the Devers vaguely felt something, so they welcomed Kinigarada enthusiastically. On the way to Amendola, both sides avoided talking about Turris. There are still some empty houses in Amendola that you and your family can live in. However, I suggest that you buy them because the price is not high. As for your people, they can only rent them for the time being because they are not citizens of Amendola yet. The financial officer, Mercies, did not care that Kinigarada was a new guest. He introduced the place to Kinigarada as if he was a brother. Kinigarada expressed his understanding and said, "I heard that the city has recently passed an immigration law. I wonder if they meet the requirements. Can they apply to become citizens of Amendola?" Had the news started to spread in Turris? Divers was very happy to hear this news. He immediately explained in detail, "Of course they can apply. This matter is handled by the registrar Lafayez. I think there should be no problem with them being registered if they pass the review. However, according to the Immigration Act, they will need a long period of observation, usually 2 years. They will need to familiarize themselves with the laws, customs, and customs of Amendola. Only then can they become probationary citizens and enjoy some of the rights of the city. It will take another 2 to 3 years before they can become official citizens." Divers was very happy to hear this news. In other words, it will take 5 to 6 years to become an official citizen of the city of Amendola. Kinigarada was a little surprised. After all, these people had taken the initiative to leave Turris because of him. He had to be responsible for their future lives. Of course, Devers could hear his objection, so he emphasized, because according to the new law of Amendola, the official citizens of the city will be given land. So we have to be careful. Kinigarada thought he had heard wrong. He looked at Devers in surprise, but he saw that Devers looked serious and did not seem to be lying. After all, The right to distribute land to its citizens only existed when the city-state was first established. Tali's land was much larger than Amendolara's. Since the city-state was established, it had never distributed land to new citizens. Amendolara's city-state had a longer history than Tali's, and it had less land than Tali. How could there be extra land for new citizens? And it was even included in the city's law. Kinagarada really wanted to question Divers, but he thought that he was a newcomer, and there was no need to be serious with this young consul right from the start. It would make him feel that he was not easy to get along with. He could slowly inquire about these things in the future, so he changed the topic. I also heard that the slaves of the city can easily become free people, and they even have the opportunity to become citizens of the city. There is indeed such a thing, but their situation is special. If you want your slaves to become citizens of Amendola, I'm afraid it will be difficult to meet the conditions, Devers said honestly. As long as there is a chance, I will do my best to make them citizens to repay their loyalty in protecting me and my family in Turis. Kinagarada finally said something related to this matter, but his expression was calm as if he had seen through the world. This was very different from the Kinagarada that Devers knew. Was this incident a rare lesson for him? Some people grow in setbacks, while others give up on themselves in the face of setbacks. If Kinagarada was the former, then it would be Amendola's fortune. Devers thought about this and sighed. These slaves are really lucky to have you as their master. Kinagarada immediately replied, with you as the consul, Amendola has undergone unprecedented changes. It is also the city's fortune. It has to change, Devers said firmly. In today's chaotic world, if you don't change, you will die, and if you change, you will survive. After listening, Kinagarada silently pondered this sentence. He walked all the way to the foot of Amendola and saw the Lucanian slaves busy at the construction site. Kinagarada stopped and looked at them for a while with a complicated expression. He said in surprise, I can't believe these Lucanians are so obedient. There are probably more than 1,000 people here, and there aren't many soldiers guarding them, but they are working so hard. Because the city didn't cut off their livelihood because of the crimes they committed. Instead, it gave them hope. Devers said meaningfully, Hope. Why do the Greeks and Lucanians have to kill each other? Why can't they live together peacefully in the same city? Seeing some gratifying changes in Kinagarada, Devers decided to reveal something in advance.